All right, seeing as it's 5 o'clock, I'll call the Tuesday, November 5th Business Operations and Finance Committee meeting to order. Ms. Hope, can I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Greg Schneider,
Present.
Brian Nichols,
Here.
and Brian Anderson.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 1C, approval of the agenda.
So moved. Second.
We got a first and a second. Any conversation, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And opposed? That carries. Item 1D, approval of minutes. Entertain a motion to approve our minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes. We'll move on to item 2A, September 24 monthly financials. Mr. Shady, if you will indulge us.
Yeah, good evening and thank you. We'll speak this evening with regards to the financial activity occurring during the month of September as presented in the board materials and packet. And I'll just kind of scroll down to our monthly summary report, make this a little bit bigger for those people viewing at home or on the screens here. So you could see overall activity for the month of September, revenues, 9.8 million, expenditures is almost 7.2 million. So inflows for the month of September, 2.6 million to the benefit to our side. Looking up across the majority of those inflows coming in Fund 10, the revenues, $9.8 million there. The lion's share of that, almost 9.3 million, as a result of the state's first equalization aid payment to the district that occurred in mid-September. So you can see in the general fund, our inflows exceed our expenses by 4.5 million. And that then drives up our fund balance, which we'll see later on in the presentation as well. So going down the page, you'll note special education had expenditures of just over $1 million with no revenues. Very typical. Revenues for special education come in. We'll start actually receiving our first state aid payment for special education categorical aid here in the month of November, and then that'll continue for, I believe, 5 months. So we'll start seeing revenues flowing in there, and then additionally will be grant claims that'll come in there as we proceed forward as well. So Fund 38 expenditures, almost $780,000. Those are related to principal and interest payments on outstanding debt. Those payments were made back in the month of September, I believe, right about September 1st as well. So nothing really extraordinary with regards to the summary report, but I'll pause and just ask if committee members have any questions on that before we proceed onward. He shakes the heads, no, we're good, okay. We'll scroll down and then also take a look at our cash and investment reports as of the end of September 24. And you can see, looking at that middle column, end of the current month, $19.8 million on deposit at the end of September as compared to $21.6 million at the end of August. So a slight decrease there, a couple of $1 million decrease. Looking at the previous year, you'll see a substantial change from 36 million at the end of September of 23 to 19.8 million at the end of September of 24. But please keep in mind, we paid off about $11 million of debt last fiscal year, and then that is what contributes to the vast majority of that change. So interest rate earnings are reflected there for those that were readily available on the statements. So we have access to that information. And then I'll end here at the bottom of the page talking about our total fund operating budget assets, 12.2 million this end of September, as compared to 12.4 million at the end of August of 24. And then again, the approximate number of days of liquidity, if we were to need to continue operations without any further revenues coming in, we would be able to operate for approximately 42 days as of the end of those months. And again, if you reflect over and look at the end of September of '23, that previous year column, you'll see 85 days of liquidity there. But again, that had about $12 million of debt service accounted for in there that was subsequently used to pay down one of the Fund 39 debt obligations. So before I continue on, again, a pause for any questions, committee members? Shakes of head, no?
Just one.
Yeah.
And maybe I just haven't noticed it before, but our food service fund 50, just, it doesn't show a balance in there. But I
Yeah.
thought we have money in that fund.
We do have money in that fund, so there is a separate fund balance for Fund 50. And if you remind me here at the end of the presentation, I'll point that out for us. The bank account at First Mid Bank and Trust, essentially it's an in and out, almost a sweep account. So that special account is used to deposit revenues that come in from students or staff for consumption of their breakfast, lunch, a la carte items. Oftentimes, that's like a credit card deposit or into their student meal account. And then we sweep that money out of that and into the general fund. Could go directly into the general fund, but there's a lot of activity in the food service fund, and keeping it separate just makes life a little bit more administratively less problematic on our end in the business office, and that's why we retain that account.
Nope, makes sense. Sweep makes perfect sense.
Yeah, so very seldom will you see actual money sitting there. There are some occasions. In fact, I actually saw it as a negative amount, which was kind of odd at one point over the last couple of months as well. But again, it kind of sweeps in and out, and so that's the intent of that account.
Perfect.
We did consider closing it, and then as Ms. Elwood and I were looking at it and considering all the activity, we thought the better of it. No harm, no foul. Let's just leave it as is for now, so.
Perfect.
Yep. Great question, though. Good observation. Any other questions on cash and investments? Seeing none, we'll continue on down the page. Per current board policy 672.1 speaks to making the committee aware of any purchases in the dollar amounts of $50,000 to $100,000 that occurred during the month. To our knowledge, there were no such purchase orders or any other commitments entered into during September, so nothing to report there. We're going to get into the monthly financial activities, and what I'll do now is I'll pause. Actually, I can't put that away. And I'll share the actual revenue report, which is up there. Good. See if we can make that bigger. Can we get it even bigger yet? Yeah. All right, so we'll start by taking a look. All right, we'll start with the revenue report. That's quite all right. There's a mute there someplace. Good or give up. Okay, that works too, sure. All right, so we'll start by taking a look at the revenues for the month of September. This will be quick, just because there's not a lot of revenues that occurred during the month. We'll scroll down to the bottom of Fund 10, General Fund, and you can see here in this middle column, that reflects, make sure I'm catching the right one. Oop, there's one to the left, is the monthly. So $9,832,613.04 for revenues in the month of September. And really, there are three kind of larger activities that we'll talk about. Because it's the largest, we'll start here on the bottom. Equalization aid, source 621, where we received just under $9.3 million in our first state equalization aid payment. And you can compare that over to last year at the same point in time where it was 10.1. So our equalization aid payment is down in comparison to what it was last year. Not overly concerned about that. As I thought about this, the payment that was received in the month of September was based on the budgeted value. It didn't reflect actual. So keep in mind, the state issues their estimate for equalization aid on July 1st. We received this payment in early September, and then on October 15th, the state certifies the final aid to the school district. So this payment is made in advance of the state indicating the totality of what we're going to get this year. So in December 2nd, we'll receive our second aid payment from the state. And at that payment, they will use that as an opportunity to kind of catch up the amount that, I don't want to say we were short, but because of the change in the state's estimate from July 1st to October 15th, that $7+ million, that $7 million wasn't calculated into this payment that occurred in September. It will be calculated in the payment that comes to us on December 2nd. So long way to it, but hopefully we make the connections there. Couple of other payments up at the top of the page, source 219, other taxes. That was $438,000 there. That was a result of the City of Beloit closure of TID District Number 10 from about a year ago. My understanding is that there was a dispute, perhaps is the best word to use, with regards to an entity that was in TID Number 10, and that process worked itself through finally, and then the City of Beloit was able to dispense the money that they were withholding, so to speak, as that issue was awaiting to be resolved. So those monies came unexpectedly to the district, and that sometimes happens. And then interest on investments, source 280, reflects $51,500 in interest for the month of September, and you can kind of compare that over to $76,000 September of '23. But again, keep in mind that we had more money on deposit in the 23-24 school year at that point in time. And then the other thing is interest rates have started to fall here this year. They were higher last year, so thus generating a higher interest yield, both because of the higher rates and additional assets on deposit. So that really wraps up the Fund 10 general fund revenues. And quite honestly, as we scroll down the page, there's some other miscellaneous revenues in the various funds, but nothing that's really significant. So again, total revenues in the month, just over 9.8 million. In comparison, it was 10.2 million at the same point in time last year. I'll pause there and ask if there's any questions on revenues, anything spoken to or not. Seeing none, we can continue on. Let me get the expenses loaded up. Yeah, we'll start at the top and work our way. No, I'm sorry, we'll start with page 4. General fund total expenses. Here we go. For the month of September, general fund total expenditures, 5.3 million. As indicated on page 4, fiscal year to date activity, just under 10.5 million. And in comparison to the same point in time last year, it was 6.5 million for the month of September. So September of '24 is about $1.2 million less than it was a year ago. And then if we look at fiscal year to date, it was 11.5, almost 11.6 last year to 10.5 this year. So about $1 million change there as well. We can scroll back then to the top and we'll speak to salaries and benefits because that drives really expenditures in Fund 10, Fund 27 for the most part. In Fund 10, the general fund, salary and benefit expenses for the month of September were 66.7% of the total expenses. We'll talk a little bit about each of those. So salaries, 2.4 million this year. It was 3.6 million for the same month a year prior in September of 23. September of 23 was a 3 payroll month. So that would naturally then contribute to that higher amount in September of last year. And then likewise, if we look at fiscal year to date, 4.1 million spent on salaries in September of 24. And again, 5 million was the fiscal year to date for the same point in time last year. Now, again, last year having that additional payroll may drive that higher a bit. But again, fairly close to one another there. If we can look down at employee benefits on page 2, you can see 1.1 million in employee benefit costs in September of 24. It was 1.7 million in September of 23. And again, that third payroll likely contributes to September of 23 being higher. Fiscal year to date, 1.7 million here in September of 24, 2.4 million September of 23. And again, a third payroll would contribute to that increase in September of 23. Purchase services, the 300 series expenditures, 1.6 million in September of 24, about 900, just over 906,000 in September of 23. And we can look into this a little bit as I did. And if we scroll back up, there's a couple of line items here. Cleaning services, source or object 329 had expenses this month or September of 24 of 236,000, but you'll see a void of expenses in September of 23, likely as a result of just timing of the bill and invoice coming in. And then a couple of rows above that is object 327 construction services. 838,000 of such services rendered in September of 24, and it was basically half that, just over half that in September of 23. That construction-related service work was regarding the Beloit Memorial High School HVAC improvements that were being undertaken and wrapping up here at the beginning this summer and at the beginning of the school year. So those are what contribute to those increases. Looking at the non-capital objects, the 400 series, 110,000 or so in expenses this month, 116, almost 117,000, same point in time from a year ago. And looking at fiscal year to date, 237,000 this year, 310,000 last year. I'll pause and see if there's any questions related to general fund expenditures before I tackle the other funds for us.
I got one question if nobody else has any. So, your eye always goes towards, the biggest numbers, and for us, it's always going to be salaries and benefits, right? So, let's just call it 2.4 million for September this year. 3.6 last year, makes sense, extra payroll. But both of them work out to about the same, right? 1.2 million per pay period.
That's about correct, yep.
And I would think with all the stuff we've gone through and budget cutting and all that, that I would have expected maybe not a flat number year over year.
Yeah, I see what you're going to. Staffing reductions, so you're looking for perhaps greater variance, and understandably so. The board's approved staff pay increases for everybody, marginally, right, 2.12%. And then I think the other thing that perhaps factors into this also would be kind of the ebbs and flows of our staffing situation. Are all the positions filled? Are they not filled, et cetera? And if I recall correctly, the other thing, too, that should factor into this is if I recall correctly, last month we were reporting on August, and I think August had a third payroll in 2024, if I recall correctly. So each month, of course, you're going to have 2 or 3 payrolls. A couple of months of the year, you're going to have a third, and when they fall, so we may have had the same number of payrolls from fiscal year begin to the end of September. If we go back and actually count, there might be the same number. There may not be a one difference there. I don't.
So if we were to, by any luck, fill our vacant positions that we hope we could, we could see a higher number per pay period than last year.
Right. If we were able to hire those additional staff to fill positions that they were qualified for, yeah, our expenses would go up. If I recall correctly, last year's payroll was typically around 1.25 million. And this year it's just over 1.1, at least not this coming Friday's payroll, but the last Friday payroll was total just over 1.1. So there is some difference there, about 150, maybe $200,000 worth of difference as a result of some of the staffing changes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Good question. Great observation. Leave it to the numbers guy. Any other questions? If not, I'll just scroll down to Fund 27, and we'll talk about the Special Education Fund and expenses. And we'll start at page 6, because it's got the grand total, and we'll work our way backwards. So Fund 27, Special Education Fund for the month of September of '24, just over $1 million worth of expense. Fiscal year to date, about 1.1 million, almost 1.2. September of '23 had $1.4 million of expense, so about a $420,000 difference there. And then fiscal year to date of a year ago was approaching 1.6 million, so 450 to approaching $500,000 difference there as well. And again, scrolling back up to our salary and benefits, salary and benefit percentages going back to the general fund totaled, let me find it again, where'd it go? Here we go, no. 66.7%, but yet in Fund 27, salary and benefits equate out to 91.9% of spending for the month. So not as much other activity, and again, the expenditures in special education are aligned to those students with individual education plans and their identified needs. So it's typically the salary and benefits is a little bit tighter there. $595,000 in salary expense in the month of September of this year. Total for the fiscal year to date at the end of September, $675,000. And you look over to the right, you can see it was $873,000 for the same month back in '23. So down, and then $936,000 fiscal year to date through the end of September of '23. So also down about $250,000 there. Looking at benefits, $326,000 September of '24, $482,000 September of '23. Favorable to us this year, $350,000 fiscal year to date in the current year, almost $500,000 fiscal year to date back in at the end of September of '23. And really, there isn't any other significant activity to speak to in Fund 27, but if anybody has questions about anything addressed or not, I'd be more than happy to answer questions. Seeing none, we'll talk real quick about some of the other funds. So one of the few instances that we actually talk about Fund 38 and Fund 39 are debt service funds. So Fund 38 accounts for the debt obligations of the district that were acquired in absence of or without the need to go to a referendum. And in the month of September, we typically make principal and interest payments, principal and or interest payments twice a year in, I think it's the end of March, first part of April, end of August, first part of September are when those payments are due. So it's being reflected here in September. But our Fund 38 debt, you can see, had payment obligations just over $779,000. In comparison, it was just over $773,000 from a year ago. So typically, those are fairly tightly aligned like that. So that's principal and interest payments. And then our Fund 39 debt, also reflected there at the bottom of the page, had a interest payment of $52,606.25 at the end or in the month of September of '24. In last year, that value was higher. There was interest and some principal being paid back in September of '23 to the tune of $226,350. Why the variance, the huge variance there, is that some of that debt that we paid off or prepaid last year eliminated the need to make a principal payment in September of '24. So we're able to forego the principal payment, and then in doing that, you don't have the interest obligations or the interest expense on that debt line as well. So we do still have, if I recall correctly, I believe we have 2 outstanding Fund 38 debts and 1 remaining outstanding Fund 39 debt. Any questions, desires to learn more about our outstanding debt in future meetings?
Well, there's not much of it left, right? So,
There's not, right, yeah. In fact, the one remaining Fund 39 debt that we have principal obligations due to the tune of $2,215,000 on that. And again, we got about $2.5 million in fund balance available to us. That debt technically is not callable, so we can't call it and prepay it early like we did a year or so ago with that other Fund 39 debt. But we are working with Robert W. Baird to see if there's opportunity for the district to somehow utilize existing assets to pay off that principal amount that's due and thus provide that interest expense savings to the district going forward. So I think there's a margin of hope to that. But Baird is looking into that issue for us and feels somewhat optimistic that we'll be able to make that happen this year yet.
so that amount doesn't, I know we ran into an issue where, the state doesn't allow you to just carry those funds that are earmarked for the fund, for example, Fund 39 debt, and just earn interest on it, right?
Correct.
We wouldn't run into that issue.
It's likely that if we were able to pay off the remaining Fund 39 debt, it's likely that we would have a marginal fund balance in Fund 39. Let's just call it $250,000, $300,000. We would likely then be required to transfer that to the general fund at the end of the fiscal year. So in June, bring that into the general fund to alleviate that outstanding balance with no liability tied to it. Along those lines, I did explore with DPI and with Baird and colleagues about could we still levy money in Fund 39 in this current budget cycle, knowing full well that we didn't need it, but yet in an effort to try to build a fund balance for when a future debt obligation is brought on board, a capital referendum is passed. I could foresee that we might be able to have $600,000 to $800,000 in that fund balance over the next 3 years by continuing to levy a little bit. And I was kind of coached that, yeah, your thought process, we see where you're going, but maybe not the best route to go because there's no guarantee that you're going to have a future debt, right? There's no guarantee that the public would support a future operating referendum, require you to borrow money, and then you would have money to pay for, which I understood too. I tried. I didn't think it was going to go anywhere, but we explored it, so yeah.
Perfect.
And really, that's kind of the lion's share of the activity. There's some other miscellaneous activity in Fund 50, our food service fund, with regards to salaries and benefits and supplies, purchase services, but nothing really significant. Some minor activity in the community service fund, but again, nothing really significant there. So total for the month, again, just under $7.2 million in expenses. It was just over $9 million for the same point in time a year ago. So $1.8 million favorable to the current fiscal year, $12.7 million fiscal year to date in '24, almost $14.4 million same fiscal year to date from a year ago. So favorable to the current fiscal year by 1.6, almost 1.7 million. Any other questions on expenses? All right. We'll talk real quick about the fund balance report that's attached as well, and you can see that on the screen here. So just to kind of walk through the top line, that's really the most important. That's our general fund. The first column on the left speaks to the fiscal year beginning balance. So this goes back to July 1st, where our balance there was just under 10.5 million. The next column speaks to the beginning balance as of September 1st, 5,447,000. The third column speaks to the ending balance at the end of September. September's got 30 days in the month, so September 30th, almost $10 million. So again, an increase there. And if we go back to our monthly financial activity report and we look at that inflows, the monthly summary, the inflows and the outflows, that's where that $4.5 million comes into play. So that explains the growth between 5.4 million to 9.9, almost $10 million in the month of September. And then again, you can look over on the far right, beginning balance is September of 23, it was 7 million. And then the ending balance in September of 23, 10.7 million. So our position, improved towards the end of the month. We still trail a little bit last year, but not overly concerning. While we're on the fund balance report, and since we talked about some of the other funds, Mr. Anderson, you spoke about the food service fund and us having a balance in there. You can see at the beginning of the fiscal year, almost a $1.9 million balance. Beginning of September of this year, $1.8 million balance. And the end of September, $1.8 million, actually a loss of about $35,000 in fund balance, largely because we had expenses in the month without sufficient revenues coming in. But then again, you can look to the right and you can see comparable. We ended September of 24 at 1.8 million. Last year, September of 23, it was 1.75 million, 1.75 million. So, and then again, coming up the page, looking at Fund 39 debt service. Here at the end of September, we have $2,551,625 in fund balance in that fund. And again, we have $2,215,000 worth of outstanding premium or principal that we're hoping to pay off at some point this year, simply as a cost savings and avoidance of that future interest expense. And again, these debt fund balances are separate, segregated from our general operations Fund 10. They can't be used for anything else, so they can't be used for balanced budget purposes or anything like that. Much the same with that $1.8 million food service fund balance, can't be used for budget balancing in the general fund either. So segregated and restricted for those purposes. Any questions with regards to the financial activity for the month?
Listen, just one question. We're quarter of the way through, July, August, September. So, what do you think? How do you think we stand at a quarter of the way through?
Quarter of the way through, I think it's hard to gauge, to be very honest with you. What I endeavor to do is I actually want to go back over like the last 5 years and track revenues and expenses for each of the years. Because that then, I mean, the financial reports that we look at today gives us a snapshot of where we are today compared to a year ago, which I think is helpful. But I also think, it'd be nice to know what the trend is each month with revenues and expenses and how tightly we align to that. The other thing I'll point out is, throughout the year, last year, you would often ask the same question. I would think, respond to you favorably that, boy, looking at the numbers, it looks like we're tracking well. It did not resonate with me at that point in time that the month of June, we would see about 40% of our revenues and 40% of our expenses hit our books in that 1 month alone. So that's a lot of activity when we have significant revenues coming in or accounts receivables being booked, and then significant payments out through open enrollment, the voucher program, and for the independent charter schools that I just had not experienced in my career. So it didn't have an appreciation for the significance of what happens in the month of June here in Beloit.
So maybe that lessens the significance of that question each month because June just plays such a big role in the 11th hour.
It does. I still think it's important for us, and hopefully over the next month, maybe two, we'll get that 5-year history together, and I'll work with Stephanie and see if we can't do some charting or graphing that'll help really clarify or give us an easy snapshot, look at the picture, and where's this fiscal year at these points in times in comparison to prior years.
Perfect.
Yep.
Any other questions on the financials? Nope. Well, if there's no questions, I would entertain a motion to move this forward to tonight's full board meeting for consideration and action.
So moved.
Second.
First and second, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, and opposed? All right, that carries. That takes us down to item 3A, our cash flow line of credit commitment bids. Mr. Chady.
Yeah, thank you. So we talked a little bit about the cash flow line of credit last month. I was thinking that maybe it would just go straight to the board, but we approached it a little bit differently this year, and I want to talk to you about that approach and where we're at today and what the recommendation is. So in the past, certainly last year, and I believe at least a year or two prior to that, the district worked exclusively with our local primary financial institution, Blackhawk Bank, subsequently First Mid Bank and Trust, to receive and put together their loan line of credit obligation. And in doing so, we just weren't sure if we were getting a competitive rate, right? So we wanted to be a little bit more open and seek out bids this year from a number of area financial institutions. And to be honest with you, I turned first to the Beloit Chamber of Commerce and looked at their financial institutions, listed them out, and I did remove, maybe right or maybe wrong, credit unions from the consideration because I felt credit unions typically have a membership requirement, which we are not, et cetera. So it's probably not appropriate or fruitful for us to approach credit unions with the bid opportunity. Beyond those financial institutions that were members of the Greater Beloit Chamber of Commerce, I also reached out to a few other financial institutions that I knew participated in line of credit and had governmental lending expertise or a division, so to speak. So we did send out solicitations. I sent out an email to, I think, 8 or so parties or financial institutions just to kind of forewarn them that we would likely be issuing a credit commitment opportunity to them in the coming week. I attached to them our financial statements from a year ago, along with our August board financial statements. That way the institutions that may be considering offering us a line of credit opportunity had some financial data to kind of begin to review, because I know that, there's work that happens on the part of the financial institutions as well. Thereafter, working with Quarles and Brady, the commitment letter was created and crafted, and that then was sent out to these 7 financial institutions. Some of the financial institutions responded back, declining to participate at this time. And the vast majorities, in fact, all of them, I think, have very much interest in working with the school district of Beloit, but they would much rather work with the school district as our primary financial institution, first and foremost, have accounts with them, have assets on deposit with them, and then from there, that may hold opportunity to do the line of credit as well. So we did receive 4 credit commitment letters back. Those were all attached in the executive content for the committee and the board this evening. One from First Mid Bank and Trust, one from Premier Bank, one Town Bank, part of the Wintrust Financial family, and then Johnson Bank also provided a bid. And you can see in the interest rate columns that are reflected there, 3 of them are based off of prime, and then a lesser of 1.75% at First Mid, 1.5% for Premier Bank, and 1.8% with Johnson Bank. Town Bank offered a 6.0% fixed, which today might seem advantageous, but as the year progresses, it is likely that we would see interest rates continue to decline. That the latter half of the year, again, when we might approach our next need to do a draw from our line of credit, we may find that that 6% rate might be higher than it would be with the others. So given that First Mid Bank and Trust is our primary financial institution and the difference in the interest rate between themselves and Johnson Bank is only 0.05, our recommendation is to use First Mid Bank and Trust to secure that line of credit. We recognize that if we were to do a draw based on current rate structure, that we would pay a bit more in interest with First Mid Bank and Trust. But at the same token, in ease of doing business in the transactional basis, not having accounts with Johnson Bank, having to have the money wired in or deposited at First Mid and then going back, just makes a little bit more sense to keep it all in-house with our current financial institution. So that was the recommendation that I brought forward, but it's your decision. I'd be more than happy to answer questions.
Any questions, comments? I mean, I'll jump in and I'll just say, I think I like the idea that we went out and got these bids, and I think you're spot on. There's always going to be a wider appetite if you're saying, hey, we're looking for a new financial institution for the entire relationship, right? But I'll tell you that those rates are pretty good all the way around. I think that's certainly a school district rate. It's not a general everyday,
Right.
hey, I want to borrow some money rate. So I think those are great. For that small 5 basis point difference, I like the idea of keeping it local. So that, to me, would be and then, like you said, plus the ease of functionality, that is your current financial institution. I think it makes sense to keep it at First Mid as well.
Right. Just reflecting back on the draw that we did back in late June, literally it was easy as making a phone call and having some communication with First Mid, giving them the authority of the amount and the date for that transaction. They deposited the money. And then I can't remember if it was late August, early September, we repaid the amount that we drew about a week and a half or so earlier than anticipated. And we did that online within our current banking online platform with them. So, just ease and fluidity of doing that, I think perhaps outweighs that 0.05 difference between First Mid and Johnson Bank. Appreciate everybody's involvement, and based upon the result of board action later this evening, I'll be communicating back with all of the lenders that provided a bid tomorrow, just to let them know what the results were. In fact, then I will also share this document with those that submitted a bid. So those that didn't can go to board docs and find it on their own.
I'll just comment too. Yeah, I appreciate that you went out. You never know. You just never know until you do that
Right.
you might find a diamond in the rough. So
Yeah,
appreciate that, and
exactly. Not knowing, how competitive First Mid Blackhawk Bank's rates were in the past. A good, easy exercise to go through just to affirm that, okay, they're in the right ballpark for us and appropriate for us to continue. Or, it may have been the opposite. We may have seen a greater difference in the interest rates and we may have gone a different way. Yep,
So thanks for doing that.
yep.
Okay, does anyone look at there's a recommended motion based on administration's recommended action, if anyone is interested in making that motion.
I move to recommend to the full board acceptance of the credit commitment interest rate bid proposal from First Mid Bank and Trust with an adjustable monthly interest rate of prime less 1.75% with an interest rate cap not to exceed 7.75%.
I'll second.
Got a first and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. And opposed? That passes. Thank you, Mr. Chady, for that. We'll move on to our next meeting date, which should be the first Tuesday in December, December 3rd, at 5 p.m. And I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And we are adjourned. The full business meeting it'll start right at 6 o'clock in just about 15 minutes.
Good evening. It is 6 o'clock. I will call tonight's meeting to order. Tonight is the Tuesday, November 5th regular school board meeting. Ms. Schultz, may I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Megan Miller,
Present?
Tom Hankins,
Here.
Brian Anderson,
Here?
Brian Nichols,
Here.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Greg Schneider,
Present.
and Tia Johnson.
Present.
All members are present.
Thank you. Can I get an approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Sorry, moved by Brian Nichols, seconded by Megan Miller. Any questions or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Approves unanimously. Usually we have a student come to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and we don't have one tonight on our agenda, but I do see some students in the audience. If there are any students who would like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please come to the podium and show your civic duty.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you to the two students that came forward. If you don't mind sharing your name with the board secretary before you leave, so we can get that in our minutes, and especially on such an important day of Election Day, where we're all doing our civic duty. I'm so proud of you. We're all so proud of you. Tonight's board president's speech report, I've got a brief one. At our last regular board meeting, we heard during public comment some concerns from one of our Frusen students. As a board, it is our responsibility to take these concerns seriously and with compassion. I visited Frusen Middle School to meet with Principal Stengel to discuss the issues shared with the board. We are aware of and understand the challenges Frusen Middle School has. I asked about what changes have been made that are showing some positive results. Daily tardy sweeps, holding students accountable for showing up to class on time, was an item that appears to have improved classroom behavior and instruction time. Within a 2-week span, the afternoon classes saw a tardy reduction of about 45%, and the morning classes of about 65%. Another focus is to teach basic classroom expectations. It is important we support our educators and building administrators through messaging and actions regarding consistency in what are acceptable behaviors. A positive takeaway message was that there seems to be an understanding that highly disruptive behaviors will be met with appropriate consequences. It is my hope that as we move forward with addressing the issues of behavior, the district will be able to work with parents and families to underscore the importance of school-appropriate behavior and how we, as a board and administration, can collectively and individually be supportive of our educators, students, and families. I want to thank Mr. Stengel for taking time out of his busy schedule to meet with me. On a different note, the Chief of Marketing and Communications, Monica Christopa, is leaving the district. I would be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to express my deep sense of gratitude for all she has done to keep the district informed of all great things happening here in the school district of Beloit. All of the wonderful people in our community who contribute to making this a better place, and of all of the impressive events she has put together for us. She has made her job look easy, even though I know it is not. This is a reflection of both her professionalism and her expertise. Ms. Christopa could not be here tonight because she is at a ceremony for her daughter's swearing in with the Illinois Bar Association. Congratulations to Ms. Christopa and her daughter, and our great appreciation for the years of service with the School District of Beloit. That brings us to upcoming events and announcements.
Good evening. Report cards are being sent home on Friday, November 8th, so parents and guardians be on the lookout for those first quarter reports. The high school's fall play is coming this weekend. The play is entitled Blood Wedding by Federico Garcia Lorca. Tickets are available for sale November 7th through 9th for 7:30 p.m. showings and November 10th at 2 p.m. matinee showings. Call the box office at 362-1595 or 36, never mind. On Wednesday, November 13th, join our middle school principals at the Blender Cafe from 4:30 to 6:30 for some coffee and conversations. I believe this is the second or third coffee. We have exciting news to share about our student board representative, Anahi Arroyo, who has been selected by the USS Beloit LCS crew to sing the national anthem at the commissioning of the USS Beloit in November. We are incredibly proud of Anahi. The Board of Education is hosting community-wide table talks, and you are invited. Am I saying this over again? I guess I'm not. Join us at the Beloit Public Library on Thursday, November 21st at 6:15 in the community room. Through our table talks, we want to create a collaborative environment that empowers all stakeholders to actively participate in sharing our students' educational experience. Please plan on attending. Thank you, and this ends the announcements for tonight. I just want to go back to a little thing that I misread. Wednesday, November 13th is our Blender Cafe coffee. Thank you. And then on the 21st is a table talk. So I'm sorry, I kind of put them together and I didn't want to mislead anybody on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins. That brings us to our recognitions. Do you want to read this? Tonight, Dr. Garrison is recognizing Kristen Hosey, who unfortunately cannot be here.
So just as mentioned, Kristen Hosey is a teacher in our district for between 9 years. Kristen has spent the last 15 years as a kindergarten teacher at Gaston Elementary. We are so happy and excited for Kristen as she was named 2024 Best Teacher in State Line. So I think we can pause and give her a round of applause for that. The Beloit Daily News hosts an annual Best of State Line competition, but this year they added a category for Best Teacher. We proudly acknowledge that the Beloit community selected Kristen as their winner. Kristen shared in a recent interview that she was happy but humbled with this recognition. We are happy too, of course. We are definitely happy in that she of course won that recognition. I know Kristen. We've had many conversations over the past 2 years. And the students that she worked with, of course, definitely love her. Kristen is energetic. She's definitely an innovator in her classroom. She emphasizes and puts her students, of course, first. She'd like to call them her little learners. Again, we appreciate all the things that she has done for our school district, and we just want to make sure we acknowledge her tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. That brings us to item number 4, public comment. Ms. Schultz, is there any public comment tonight?
Yes, there are just a few for the room. No emails.
Thank you. Members of the public are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Individuals attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the norms found on the back of your comment cards and in Board Policy 187, Public Participation at Board Meetings. We ask that each of you contribute to maintaining a respectful and orderly meeting and prevent discussing confidential matters in a public forum by following these norms for public comments during board meetings. Thank you for your participation and courtesy. Ms. Schultz?
Our first speaker is Ricardo.
Good evening. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Ricardo. I'm an 8th grade student at Fruzen. I was here a few weeks ago to ask for help with behavior issues at my school. Well, things have gotten even worse, and our science teachers just quit. I don't really blame him though. The students weren't listening, showing respect, or allowing him to teach the lessons. Every day we just watch the craziness and miss lessons. Here are just a few things my teachers and our students have had to put up with since the last time I was here. Pencils are thrown all around the class, and me and other students have been hit by them. Even with the teacher asking the students to stop, they just ignore them, and they just keep going. Yelling at the teacher almost every single day, and one student threw their pencil at the teacher. A student getting angry and slamming down their Chromebook. Every day, our teachers beg and plead with the disruptive students to stop and ignore our teachers and just keep doing whatever it is they're doing. Students have now decided to play football in the classroom and interrupt the teacher. My science teacher was begging and pleading with them to stop, but they wouldn't, so we just sat at our desks and had to let them do whatever they wanted until the class ended. So another day went by of not being able to learn. We found out that our science teacher quit after this happened. I also found out Miss Workman quit, and she was amazing. I'm really tired of losing my teachers and staff members that are awesome, and I'm tired of missing out on learning really cool stuff, especially in science because the students will not allow our teachers to teach. If this was happening to you in your office every day, would you allow it to keep happening or would you fix it? What if someone was throwing pencils at you or playing football in your office while you're trying to do your work? School is my job, and I can't do my job like this. Our teachers can't do their job like this either. If you're able to go to work without violence or disruptions, but we have to have it happen to us, that isn't fair. I don't want to keep coming back to ask you to fix this, but what you're doing is not working. If you wouldn't allow this to happen in your own office, then it shouldn't be okay to have it happen in our classrooms. Thank you for allowing me to speak again.
Thank you, Ricardo.
Next, I have Juan with Pam yielding her 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Juan Romero again. Hello. You just heard from my son detailing some of the issues that his school is continuing to have with the behavior. My wife and I got a glimpse of what it's been complaining about after we attended the Hispanic Heritage Night at Fruzen a few weeks ago. One of the teachers had particularly asked a group of kids to please wait for their parents before entering the building, in which case, instead, they just pushed their way into the building despite the teacher asking them not to enter. The students took control of the situation and chose to do whatever they wanted to without any regard to the teachers or the staff. So Ricardo and his fellow students have to watch this happen every day, just as he had mentioned. As he mentioned, none of us here would tolerate these kind of behavior issues in our own workplace, yet our teachers and students have to put up with it every day. These behaviors were happening in our workplace, we would immediately and without hesitation take the measures to correct it and prevent it from reoccurring. Ricardo has had to come back here again to ask for assistance to learn. Although with what Tia just said, there's efforts going, but there's always room for improvement, of course. This board is in charge of setting the rules and regulations to ensure that behavior problems don't impede our students and learning. And sadly, we don't have the strong enough methods to get this in check right now, and it's clearly showing. There seems to be no repercussions to the bad behavior. Maybe it's time to require the parents or guardians to come down for a week and behave, sit with their kids and behave properly and stop the disruptions. I pay my taxes in the city also, and I pay to ensure my child goes to school and he is able to learn. But this right now is having difficulty in occurring and happening. As a tax-paying parent, I am extremely unhappy that we have a shortage of teachers, and even more unhappy that we have so many resignations. And what kind of feedback are we getting to the reasons as why they're resigning? I mean, you guys are privy to that, obviously. They should have some exiting interviews that you can go through and say, hey, where can we improve? And if that's not happening, whether or not it happens, that's what you guys are in charge of. Could a lack of empowerment maybe be, lack of empowerment between the teachers regarding the students and what they can do? Could that be causing a rift? I'm not sure. It seems to be what I visually see from the outside. That's part of a problem. I do feel that the people here at COLAC that are licensed should be probably stepping in to help fill these roles, at least for the interim or until we can permanently fill these spots. Maybe there might be some sense of urgency if that were to take place regarding these spots to be filled as opposed to pulling from where we probably should be filling. If anyone on the board's license, you should probably in the classrooms assisting in the trenches and see firsthand what's going on with our students and teachers, and then implement change to ensure that our teachers and their students are put first based on what your firsthand involvement has been. Please don't let your hard work and efforts in obtaining the higher level degrees that you guys have worked hard for, don't let that blind your hard work and remembering where we all came from, and be willing to get back in to help wherever it's possible. That builds the community and that builds a strength. That can also be said for all of us, of course. The workload is not going to lessen. It's only going to get heavier with those who are still here due to the lack of the teachers. Please, licensed board members, step up into the classrooms if needed and assist the remaining teachers. Something to consider that would help parental involvement is something to consider that would help is parental involvement. What resources are there currently to encourage that? And an email from a board cannot just be the only method of drilling to the parents in the community the importance of parental involvement. Maybe sending some flyers home reminding the ways and suggestions that concerns that can be given at school and be voiced. Possibly finding a more streamlined method to get these opinions funneled into a location where the information can be better processed and in more of a timely manner versus waiting weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, or months in some cases. Have we had the conversations to help this, to make it so the district is not just catering to a certain few at the expense of the rest? What motivates the acceptance of the mediocre rule enforcement regarding behaviors that's occurring in our schools? Where's the accountability for the one's actions? What are we teaching our kids when they're not being held accountable to their own actions? How does this bode with the molding of our future as a population if we do not hold the people accountable? From board members to staff to parents to students, there must be some sort of accountability in order for anything to work, because without this, I don't see any efforts of anything being successful. One last point that's extremely concerning to me is the greatschools.org website. It grades Fruzen as failing amongst the other schools here in the district. The site in particular shows that test scores are very low and some student groups are not getting the support that they need to succeed, which is causing them to be left behind. Low-income test scores at Fruzen fall far below the state average of students, and underserved students at Fruzen fall far behind the other students in the state, and this school has large achievement gaps. The parents and students from Fruzen have left horrible reviews, of course, and have some topic, and then they have the same topic they speak about in the reviews, which is the safety of the student. After seeing what my son has been telling us in firsthand, it's no wonder that reviews and scores are as such. From what I'm told, Mr. Fruzen had this school ran like clockwork with a no-nonsense approach. He was well respected by his students, and that's what I'm being told. I'm wondering how we can get back to this and implement something like this to the entirety of the district for all the schools. This board needs to tighten up the reins a bit and get more serious about the discipline and take a no-nonsense approach to getting things in order. Students with behavior issues are causing the teachers and staff and students there to learn and go home each day worn out and fed up. My child or anyone's child shouldn't have to come up here multiple times to ask for help regarding this issue. Again, things can be improved. There's always room for improvement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ramiro. Ms. Schultz?
Next, I have Susan.
I'm speaking for the League of Women Voters of Beloit, and this is written by Betty Carr. The agenda for tonight's meeting does not include information for the public about a signed and agreed-upon contract for a new consultant for the district. The only public notice is that on October 15, the board docs agenda states that there was approval of drafting a 60-day contract with Dr. Earhart, pending approval by legal to retain his services for board consultation. To date, there is no public approval by the board to retain his services. Our understanding of the contract is that this consultant has been working since October 16, even though the contract was not initiated till November 1. The lack of transparency of this assignment is worrisome. School District Board Policy 144 does allow the board to hire a consultant for the following reasons: in order to pursue, quote, in order to pursue its educational mission and also to protect the public's financial investment in the schools, the Board of Education will, from time to time, engage the services of qualified professional consultants to provide new insights and ideas for dealing with especially difficult problems and to provide special services which present staff are unable to provide. The kinds of assistance sought from consultants may include, but will not be limited to, conducting fact-finding studies, surveys, and research, to providing counsel or services regarding special expertise, and 3, assisting the board in developing policy and program recommendations. The superintendent of schools or designee will establish an efficient working relationship between the consultant and the board or staff members. But it seems that when everyone is concerned about spending, this isn't the time to hire a consultant. After having an ad hoc financial committee made up of experts in the past month and now turning to another consultants to work out of COLAC, it seems as though our paid administrative staff are not being sufficiently appreciated. There will be a welcome meeting and introduction for this consultant, Dr. Kim Earhart, tomorrow, Wednesday, before the public is even able to know what this person's duties will be in the district. Was there a draft contract that the public was able to see? The League asks you to consider trying not to overshadow the great things that are going on in the district. The League wishes once again that the call for a referendum would have come with this election day, as so many of us want the district built up, not torn down. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schultz?
The last one I have is Melissa.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Garrison. My name is Melissa Vorbeck. I am the co-president of the Beloit Education Association. James and I have been up here speaking many times on a variety of issues over the past few months. However, tonight I'm here to speak from a different perspective. Some of you on the board and some of you in this room know that I have 2 daughters who attend the school district of Beloit. Not only do they attend here, but they are open enrolled and have been since 4K. Sorry. This is my 21st year in this school district, having been here in Beloit and at Todd my entire career. My husband has also been employed here in the district his entire career, starting out as a sub and then finding a full-time job also at Todd, and this is his 19th year. When we had our oldest daughter, who is now loving life as a freshman at the high school, there was no doubt in our minds that she would attend school in Beloit. The opportunities in this district are phenomenal, and I want her to reap those benefits of all of those that she chooses to participate in. She loves going to school each morning. In just a few short months of being at the high school, she's played freshman volleyball, joined the newspaper, and student senate. She looks forward to trying out for the musical Chicago in the spring. She has amazing teachers in all of her subject areas who help her in class and out, respond to emails, reach out with information to families, and so much more. She's also enjoyed going to the round table with the principal and helping bring issues to Mrs. Pels and help brainstorm ideas for solutions. My younger daughter is in second grade at Todd. While she is early on in her educational career, she's looking forward to joining Girls on the Run in third grade. She looks up to her sister, and she can't wait to play an instrument like her sister did in elementary school. While she plays the violin, the other wants to play the flute. She also has an amazing teacher who communicates to families, genuinely cares for her students, and shows this on a daily basis. I could go on and on about the positives, and that's my point. Why am I here tonight? To remind you of the amazingness in this district. Are there problems and things to be worked on? Absolutely. I've been up here to talk about some of them. But tonight I want to focus on that positive. These are the reasons that people should be wanting to come to our district. Instead, everything is focused on the negative, the behavior, distrust, perception of our district. These things need to be addressed and worked on in order for our community to pass a referendum this spring. We need our amazing staff, we need our amazing programs, and we need to serve our students. If we, the board, administration, teachers, and the community do not come together to pass a referendum in the spring, I am afraid for all these wonderful things I have mentioned and more. More great teachers will leave. Programs that students love and depend on potentially will be cut, and we can't have that. My husband and I have dedicated our teaching careers in this district. Our daughters attend here through our choice. We attend as many school events and other things in the community as we can. We love what we do on a day-to-day basis. We know, as everyone in this room knows, that this district cannot continue to operate without passing a referendum. Without the passing of a referendum, it will severely impact students on a daily basis. Please find a way to work together to write a well-written, well-thought-out referendum question. Please show the community the itemized list of where that money will go and help gain the support from our community. Our students and staff depend on it. Thank you for taking the time to listen to this long comment tonight, and in your considerations, please remember all the positive things that will be impacted this April. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last one? Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming out and sharing your thoughts and concerns with us. That brings us to the superintendent report.
Yes, thank you, of course, everyone who's here tonight with us. Of course, we know that tonight is election night, and we thank you all for, if you haven't participated in our election. No matter how you vote, we always say, just go out and vote. November is our Hunger and Homeless Awareness Month. And in our district alone, we have over 503 youth who have already been identified as experiencing homelessness. And we have a chance to make a real difference. This November, please consider supporting our students by donating gas cards, grocery, food gifts cards, whatever you may want to give. Your generosity provides vital assistance and reminds them that they are not simply alone. Donations can be dropped off or mailed to Robin Stutt at the Cunningham building. Every contribution counts, and together we can make a real impact. And so again, Robin Stutt is the person where you can make those donations drop off to, and she's located in the Cunningham building. If you was to come to the central office to drop that stuff off as well, we would definitely get that over to Robin for those donations. So again, November is our Hunger and Homeless Awareness Month, and so if anyone would like to participate in that from the community or in the room, please drop off those donations as necessary. Keeping with some exciting news, last month Aldrich hosted its very first family school meeting and launched a Socktober sock drive. Say those words twice real fast. Collecting over 375 pairs of new socks for local shelters. To celebrate this achievement, the winning class enjoyed a pizza party this week. Additionally, the Family School Organization sponsored a wonderful luncheon welcoming over 48 retired staff members and current Aldrich staff for lunch and a tour of the school's renovations over the years. A fantastic way to honor our Aldrich families, and again, thank you for their, of course, contributions, and of course to our students who contributed, who of course shared in the donation of the socks. Again, there are over 375 pairs of socks that will be donated to our local shelters. So again, thank you to those Aldridge families. We also have our BMHS Expo Night. We are, of course, planning this event as we speak. We will have this event on Wednesday, November the 20th. Okay, so Wednesday, November the 20th, from 5 to 7 p.m. Crowd participation. What date did I just state? November the 20th, yes. Wednesday. Okay, go. Wednesday, November 20th, from 5 to 7 p.m. Discover what sets our schools apart. Our students and staff showcase the innovative academy model, explore our extensive work-based learning opportunities, exceeding the state average by 3 to 1, and highlight our national and international acclaimed performing arts and creative programs. Learn about the diverse AP and course options, athletics, activities, clubs, meet our dedicated JROTC students, and find out how students can graduate with a free associate's degree or technical certifications. The bottom line is our Expo Night is a real big night here in the School District of Beloit, and we hope that all of you can attend to come see what we have to offer. Additionally, I'm just going to start this conversation a little bit tonight, but there's probably going to be more information to share. We have been doing an attendance campaign in our district. I would like to thank everyone who's been, of course, participating in our attendance campaign. We have a lot of students here. We know that your attendance to school daily is very important, so I want to thank you for that 95% or more attendance rating. Raise your hand in the room if you have not missed a day of school this year. Okay, that's what's up. See what I'm saying? I think sometimes we forget that there are students who come to our districts daily, and I want to thank you all for the work that y'all do in our school districts. And I know y'all weren't expecting me to do that, but again, thank y'all for showing up and showing out every day, being an awesome Purple Night for our overall school district. That concludes my announcements for tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Next item, legislative update.
Hi, thank you so much. I will be brief. I was going to try to share my screen, but I'm nervous that I'm going to mess something up. So I'm not going to do that. So briefly, a few updates from Dr. Underly. She's our state superintendent, so she's sort of in charge of all the schools. They're in budget setting season right now. So that means that all these different agencies in the state are putting proposals together that they would like to see reflected in the 2025-2027 state budget. Sorry, I got a little confused there. Anyway, so I'm just going to give you a couple of headlines from Dr. Underly. She's pointed out that at the time, I guess like last week that these statements came out, there's projected to be currently a $4.6 billion state surplus, which means there's that amount of money like extra, like in the budget, right? Not that it's really extra, but there's some cash there, right? Her budget proposals include for schools $42 million to support early literacy. This comes along with the 2023 Act 20 Wisconsin Reads bill, which was mostly not funded, and so that's a pretty important piece of legislation because, of course, early literacy is important. It also comes with, she's proposed a $60 million to recruit and retain educators. We heard tonight a little bit too about educator shortages. This is a priority for the state at this time. $304 million to address youth mental health, and that's driven by the YRBS data. Probably many of you in this room who are students have taken like the SABRS or the YRBS survey. We do collect data as school districts on youth mental health concerns, and there are a lot of things that are at high risk and have been even since before COVID, right? So she's looking for more funding for that as well. And then a $294 million to provide free meals to Wisconsin students, so that would be across the state. So those are just a few highlights. They're attached, and everybody can see this posted online. The second page there highlights one advocacy group that's a nonpartisan group and kind of delineates their priorities for the budget. And so they also included another group that's a little bit different. They're an association for equity and funding, and they're focused on bringing the revenue limits together, so making sure that Some school districts don't have like that, like just tons more money per student to spend than others. So a lot of different approaches. And then I'm going to close out with this piece today, just with some local considerations. So, communities are all interconnected, and we think about like housing and childcare and food and all these things and education. It all comes together, right? And so in talking with some folks locally, it's one thing that's really come up that I've heard a lot about is childcare. It's an issue that's been close to my heart personally for a long time as a former board member on the Little Turtles, parent co-op daycare over by Beloit College. And we are still in a childcare desert. And what does that have to do with the school district? So one thing to consider is, in addition to advocating for some of the things you heard tonight about like Dr. Underlee's priorities, as a community, we should also be advocating for an expansion of the Wisconsin Shares program. What that does is that gives parents increased amount of money to spend on high quality, affordable childcare. I listed in here a whole bunch of really cool data about that, but Beloit Memorial High School produces a very large number of students every year who graduate with their ACCT, which is called an Assistant Child Care Teacher Certification. It's an industry recognized credential by the state of Wisconsin. It's part of our Act 59 program. We can hear about that another time. In addition to that, so that comes out of a partnership with BTC. Blackhawk Technical College also has a scholarship program and an articulation agreement with UW Whitewater. So it is possible for a student to graduate with close to an associate's degree in early childhood, do some work, hopefully, there's whatever great stuff available, and then go right into UW Whitewater and walk out with a teaching degree. And so like you can walk out with like almost half of your bachelor's paid for at Beloit Memorial, which is kind of cool. And because there's such a shortage, GBEDC has put out a whole community-wide strategy, which I hyperlinked. It came out last year. Drew Pennington put it out. It's great, and I see a lot of opportunities for our district to even increase opportunities for our students and to give back to the community in many ways. So wanted to throw that out there. If anybody listens to these and thinks, yeah, I'm going to go right to my legislators about what I want them to prioritize in the budget, in addition to public school dollars, that's something to consider as well. So just wanted to share that out with everybody. Does anybody have any specific questions or thoughts? Oh, please.
It looks like Ms. Levy does.
Thank you so much. I will be brief. I just wanted to remind board members that Roseanne Hahn, our WASB Region 13 Director, let me find the date, sent us on October 2nd. So we all should have this email about the 2025 WASB legislative agenda. That meeting is coming up this Friday, and she is encouraging us to review that draft document, and if we have any questions or any feedback, to get that to her prior to this Friday's meeting.
Thank you so much. I'm super excited to hear what we come out with. Anybody else?
Would you mind repeating the name of Ms. Hahn?
Yep, no problem at all. It's Roseanne Hahn, Hahn, and she is our WASB Region 13 Director, just recently reelected at our fall meeting.
Thank you.
Awesome. Anything else? All right, thanks everybody, and I hope those of you playing at home take a good look. Oh, did you? Oh, hey, Mr. Hankins, what's up?
Hey, neighbor.
Hey, neighbor.
Just want to know if you could update us on Thursday nights, like who's going to be here, and I know the impetus, and I've read everything, but who's going to be here, and what's the forum like? Because I've never been here to one before, and I'm so looking forward to it. Thank you.
I'm so excited that you're so excited, because I am too. There's an agenda item, though, later, which is why I didn't dive too far into that. But just briefly to answer your question, we can kind of unpack it a little more. And it is open, so if you're interested, State Senator Mark Spreitzer and, almost messed that up, State Assembly Rep Clinton Anderson will be here. It's open. We have a brief board presentation to highlight what our legislative priorities are that reflect the needs of our district and community, and then there's going to be like a Q&A. So I would encourage folks to attend. I think it's a cool opportunity to get to talk to and hear from our legislators. So we'll talk more about that later in the agenda as well.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, don't be sorry. It's a great question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. That brings us to the item under Board Action and Discussion, State Education Convention 2025. The purpose of this item is members of the board have been invited to attend the State the annual State Education Convention featuring guest speakers, workshops, roundtable discussions, networking opportunities, as well as exhibitor booths. The convention is in Milwaukee, Wisconsin from January 22nd to 2024 in 2025. And I just want to point out that our Beloit Memorial Band will be playing in the general session on Thursday, January 22nd, and that's in the School News magazine. So I encourage everybody who can be there, please be there, because that's really exciting, and those performances are awesome. Is there any questions or discussion? Wow. Is there would any board members like to attend this conference? So we've got Greg Schneider, Amy Levy. Is your hand up for discussion, or you'd like to attend?
Well, I'm the delegate, so I'll be attending, but just a brief point, I also serve on policy and resolution, so I would need to be there for the Tuesday session.
Okay. Ms. Miller?
Yeah, I'd love to attend. Thank you.
Mr. Hankins?
I'd love to attend also. And in light of budget cutting and everyone doing their fair share, I would think it would be, and I will do this personally, would pay for my fair share to go to these conferences and not the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins. I appreciate that. Anyone else? I too would like to attend this, and of course, Milwaukee being so close, we can discuss if we want to carpool each day, or if individual members want hotels, perhaps maybe consider using some of your board stipend donation to go towards the cost of hotels. But I think we can get creative about how we can get 5 members to this and still not break the budget. It is, you do learn a lot, and you get a lot of wonderful ideas of what other school districts are doing. Can I get a motion for, oops.
I'm sorry.
Go
Do you
ahead.
mind if I just jump in before
Jump
I make
in.
a motion? No, thank you. I think that's a great idea. I'm happy to carpool anybody. I don't, it's all good. I think that's a fantastic point, and I just wanted to echo, because I think this is something that we hear about a lot in terms of, and somebody said earlier tonight, like continuous improvement, and it really takes all levels of our district to be able to engage in that work, and I think it's really important, and I hope future boards as well value the importance of us doing that professional development, because it cascades and it sets a standard, and I can't even begin to sort of try to quantify how much growth I've experienced just being able to go to things like this. So yeah, it's definitely very high value, and Mr. Higgins, totally appreciate what you're saying. I think we're all absolutely on the same page in terms of kicking in. I also just want to make sure that we value that work. And I didn't hear anybody say anything to the contrary. I just wanted to take a moment, because it's just something that over the years I've seen really adds so much value to our district and to our board members. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Any other questions or discussion? Hearing none, I would accept a motion for approval of 5 board members who would like to attend the 2025 Wisconsin Education Convention, January 22nd to the 24th, 2025 in Milwaukee. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Actually, if we could amend that to include Tuesday, because there is a pre-conference workshop that some board members may want to take advantage of.
Okay, what's the date of that? Then is that the 21st?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Miller?
100%.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Ms. Schob, you got that? Yes. Okay, okay.
I just want to ask a question.
Oh.
Good. So, Ms. Levy, is that a board member night?
So if we could just have a second, then we can open for discussion. And
Okay,
I'm happy
sorry.
to- No worries, no worries. I'm happy to provide that second. So for Tuesday, board members are absolutely welcome. There's usually a pre-conference session. There's the delegate pre-assembly meeting that also happens on Tuesday. And then there's the policy and resolution final meeting before the conference begins.
I'm sorry, but I didn't explain myself, and I guess so I'm looking at our school district of Beloit board meeting would not be held that night, so there's no conflict there.
Well, I don't set that agenda, so that would be a question, for the president and our vice president and the superintendent. Historically, we have met, and I just ended up missing that meeting because I was at the conference, but I think it would be really prudent, since we have some time between now and then, to rearrange the schedule or adjust so that board members can fully participate in the conference.
And therein lies my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schob, did you catch the discussion about the date conflicting with January school board meeting? Would you be so kind in the near future to remind me to have this discussion? Thank you. Okay, so the motion is to move approval for 5 board members who would like to attend the 2025 Wisconsin Education Convention, January 21st through the 24th, for the Tuesday Ms.
No problem. The delegate pre-assembly, and there's also a pre-conference workshop.
Thank you. Delegate pre-assembly and workshop. That was moved by Megan Miller, seconded by Amy Levy. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Our next item is the meeting with the legislators. Ms. Miller?
So we're meeting with our legislators on Thursday, and it's going to be amazing. And can you remind me the time? Is it 5:15 that we're starting, or 5? I've written down 5 on the dot. Okay, so please come join us Thursday in a couple days from now at around 5. We're going to kick it off. I think the idea is our superintendent and board president are going to welcome our legislators. They're going to get a chance to kind of say, hey, we have a really brief presentation that was sent to board members to take a look at that I'm about to ask for feedback on to see if we need to make any tweaks. And then the other thing to my colleagues, if we could, if anybody has a question about questions, let's talk about that now. But otherwise, if we could get the questions, maybe at least just one per person. I'm not going to ask a question because I'm going to have the opportunity to kind of give a spiel, and I don't want to take up space. So if everybody else wants to send a question to Ms. Schob, she'll be able to put all that together and get it to our lawmakers ahead of time. Now, having said that, there's not a rule that says well, you can't ask a follow-up question or we're restricted to that. I think the way that Board President Johnson and Dr. Garrison have sort of sketched out a draft agenda gives some, there's some flexibility there. And I think really the focus, the balance of time is really going to be focused on that discourse, right? So we're going to have, just like I said, a brief opportunity to say, hey, this is what we're seeing. This is kind of where we're collectively at. And then that'll allow us as a board to ask questions and engage in that conversation. And just like any other meeting, certainly depending on time and things like that, Board President Johnson is, chairing that event on Thursday. So if there is somebody from the public with a question, time permitting or whatever, that's certainly something that's possible as well. And I think in the past, and it's been a while since we've been able to do this with COVID and everything, right? But in the past, like we've been able to kind of hang out afterwards and chit chat. Like I don't think they're going to be like hitting the road and leaving immediately either. So it's a really great opportunity for us to advocate to, just like I said, our local lawmakers and say, hey, like these are the great things that are happening. These are the challenges we have. Like, what can we do together at the state level as well to kind of make things better? So I'm pretty excited about it. Do board members have any questions about kind of like what kind of we're doing Thursday, or questions about types of questions or anything like that? Yeah, please. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously I've never been to one before. What's the forum like? I mean, so I understand we go through the procedure of a board meeting, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And then introductions, and then the admin and yourself, the things that we were on the agenda, and then the guests weigh in, and then we ask questions. What's just the cadence of the meeting, please?
Yeah, no, of course. Great questions. So really, we're just there to, we'll call the meeting to order. Well, thank you so much for coming. People have an opportunity to welcome, and we'll just say like, hey, so like here we're going to provide a brief summary of what the legislative priorities are that our board has discussed. I took some time to, as you saw, if you took a look at the presentation, just to kind of break down some data and like line it up with, some policy recommendations that, I've personally reached out. And nothing that we're really sharing is going to be new to them, because I don't know if you know this about me or not, but I like talk a lot. So I've absolutely been reaching out already to share some of these things. But in any case, we'll just be able to kind of frame the conversation. They'll have a chance, of course, to react to that. They'll probably have prepared a few minutes each to say like, hey, I'm so-and-so. This is what I've been working on in response to these pieces. But I think really the bulk of the time is going to be that, like, Mr. Hankins can ask this question, Mr. Anderson, and then they'll have a chance to kind of like discuss, react, and respond, right? I think really the goal is to build like a shared understanding and just have a real dialogue, right, about like what our vision is for our kids, and like what the barriers are that they can help us remove, And so I don't want to say it's like loosey-goosey, but it's like, okay, we'll do the introduction, here's what we're talking about, be a kind of a Q&A, right? And then everybody will have a chance. Dr. Garrison and Board President Johnson will have a chance to kind of give some final thoughts. Certainly they'll have a chance to give some final thoughts as well.
And I remember back about a month ago or so that, and your report, and we talked about, and I think it's a wonderful idea that as a unified voice, the district should talk to the state. Are we going to, coming out of this, are we going to create something that says, here's what as a district, we are in favor of this? Moving, we all know that the disparity and the dysfunction of the disparity of funds from the state, I know we talked about it, right? Mm-hmm. Will something come out of this so we can do that? And how does that work in? Thank you.
I think that's a fabulous idea. And so what I sent out does include a list of legislative priorities, bless you, that I sort of discerned from what our discussions were. I kind of looked around at some other Board of Education websites for an example of kind of how they had it like laid out and stuff. So that's why I wanted to share it out ahead of time. And if nobody, I don't anticipate that there would be objections to that, because I don't think I put anything crazy in there that we haven't talked about. But if anybody does have an objection to anything that's in there, like, please let me know. And there's plenty of time between now and Thursday to adjust. Otherwise, like, that would be our starting point, Mr. Hankins, for that. And then I think, like, based on how that goes, like, I would love an opportunity to, like, as a group, one thing that they could help us do, and one of our asks might be, like, could you please schedule for us a follow-up and maybe, like, engage people who are on, like, the Senate and the Senate and Assembly education committees? I think would be a great idea. Yep. Okay. Thank you so much for bringing that up.
You're welcome.
Ms. Levy?
Thank you. I just wanted to add briefly to that thought. Whatever work comes out of that, I would say hold on to it and continue to build upon it. Definitely adding the feedback that we get from Thursday's meeting, because in March, WASB is going to be hosting a day at the Capitol. And so if you are available, you can schedule to participate in that. And they make it really easy. They have the breakfast there. They kind of talk, and we gather and go over the talking points. But if we have something additional from our district, I think that's really powerful. They schedule the meetings for us with our representatives. And so you literally go to the Capitol. I think a couple of years ago, Dr. Garrison, you and I went. I think it was really productive and informative. So I would encourage board members, as your schedules permit, to participate in that and to definitely carry this document or information that the two of you were just discussing to that forum.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other board members? Dr. Garrison?
Yes, just as Mrs. Miller has already mentioned, that we do have a tentative agenda that will be posted sooner than later. One of the things that we want to be mindful of is that, of course, our legislators will be able to answer some of their localized responses, but of course they work with a body of people. And as much as we would, want to believe that they'll be able to take all of our information back and of course use it, they also have to bring that back to a body of people. And so as much as we want to continue to have this conversation, we want to make sure that everyone knows that everybody's voice does matter in this conversation. And as a state, we have to do a better job at collectively coming together. One of the things that I read most recently that I was going to wait to say until Thursday was, but I can just say it now, is that we have never been outnumbered. What we have been is out organized. And in this conversation around like funding and funding mechanisms and how we are funded and our needs, we have to do a better job as a school district, as a state, as a community, around making sure that people really understand what the school district of Beloit needs are. That's our conversation, but that's multiplied across the state, right? And as we have more conversations with all of our legislators, maybe, just maybe, we can organize ourselves better that we can change this conversation around funding or move that conversation better forward. And so I just want to make sure I put that into the space. This is one of the things that we're going to definitely probably touch on Thursday. We do have a small amount of time for this conversation, and so naturally, I say small amount of time, we won't have 5 hours to have a conversation with the legislators, but we will have enough time to do a question and answer an opportunity, and hopefully you all will have questions that you would like to, again, share, so we can get those questions out to them ahead of time. And that does help the conversation move along, but it also allows us to have some of that just regular questions that may come out in a discussion. And so I would like to thank, of course, Mrs. Miller for helping put this together. Of course, Mrs. Johnson for the space as well, to make sure that we are able to speak with our legislators freely in this space. And so that's just a general snapshot that I would like to provide. Thank you.
Do you mind if I just throw a final thought in? Is that okay? And then I know we want to move on. I just wanted to say too, just in case people are unable to be there, that presentation will be posted. I'm assuming when the agenda for Thursday is posted. If there's ever any interest to have like a student-facing document to do like a legislative update, because like Beloit really has some very unique circumstances that present extra challenges that other districts, even amidst what Mr. Hankins was just saying is a pretty troubled system, Beloit gets kind of like extra challenges, and it's a lot to sort of try to explain and understand, especially for me because like I have a hard time being concise. But I think like Thursday will be a good opportunity to really touch on some of that. And so I think like I wanted to offer out, like if maybe through our student board rep, I just see a lot of students in the room, if that's ever an interest to kind of do some kind of understanding building around that, like that's something I would like love to do. And then I think too, not to take the wind out of anybody's sails, but to Dr. Garrison's point, I mean, sometimes like our legislators have tried to do things, but just the body and like the makeup of our state government has not always been favorable. For example, I know probably something they'll talk about on Thursday is I know Representative Anderson has tried to introduce a bill that would allow, if there are unfunded mandates, which there are many, would allow school districts that have to implement those unfunded mandates then to levy beyond. Because like what ends up happening is the state puts a burden on districts and says, okay, districts, you have to do this, and there's a cost and time involved, but then there's no funding to support that. So that stretches like kind of what's already thinly allocated, right, to districts. And so
nobody wants to pay more in taxes, so that would sort of act as an incentive then for the state to actually fund its mandates. Like if they feel like something is important enough for our kids, it should be funded. And that's sort of the position of WASB, which is again a nonpartisan, school board association as well, bless you. And so I'm excited to hear kind of more about those pieces. And, I think there'll be some really concrete takeaways for us then to do our own advocacy around and, try to advance getting more for our kids. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. If there's no other discussion on the meeting with the legislators, go ahead, Mr. Hankins.
Just one last comment. In a true forum, it'd be nice, and I know in a perfect world, we'd have the other side of the coin. If they're invited, they don't show up, that's fine. But you know what I mean? It's just nice to have counterpoint. And I understand, but in a perfect world, it would have been nice because there is a counterpoint, and I'm not certainly an advocate of it, but they have their reasons for why not. It'd be nice to hear it and then do it with it what we want. But thank you for at least trying.
No, 100%. And I mean, there should be nothing partisan about education. So, yeah, same page. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is the resolution authorizing a taxable tax and revenue anticipation promissory note for cash flow purposes in an amount not to exceed $7 million. The purpose of this is to review credit commitments received from solicited financial institutions related to our line of credit borrowing needs and accept the proposal that is most favorable to the district taxpayers. The background information is last month's agenda item spoke to the need for renewing our line of credit. Thereafter, the business office worked with Quarles and Brady Legal Counsel on our temporary school borrowing, i.e. line of credit needs. A credit commitment letter was sent to 7 area financial institutions seeking their consideration of submitting a commitment and terms to the district. 3 financial institutions declined to participate, citing our lack of having a current banking relationship with them. 4 banks did respond with a commitment letter and the terms noted in the attachment. Based on the results of the commitment letters received, associated terms, and our current banking relationship with First Mid Bank and Trust, it is recommended that the district accept the terms of the First Mid Bank and Trust offer. Dr. Garrison and Mr. Chady?
Well, I think you've done a wonderful job explaining everything in that conversation. There is, of course, some things that we would like to see done in this space. One is, of course, the borrowing that has to happen, but that needs to possibly happen for us to kind of maintain our overall needs for our school district. Of course, earlier today, Mr. Chady did a presentation with the Business Operation and Finance Committee in relationship to, our needs and, of course, the why we need to borrow these funds. Naturally, we thought it was very important that we go to bid, as you already mentioned in the write-up from the background information. Going to bid did allow us to see other institutions and kind of what they would be able to offer from an aspect of our borrowing interest rates. Our recommendation is for us to stay with First Mid in this space and for board consideration. Mr. Anderson, anything?
I'd just add, this came through the committee earlier today, and I think Mr. Chady did a great job of putting this out, gathering the information, and the discussion of the recommendation. We're spot on, agree 100% with administration's recommendation to keep this note with our current banking relationship. It just makes sense for a lot of reasons, and it's a pretty favorable rate if and when we do use it, and to be able to facilitate it with our current bank just makes a lot of sense.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Garrison? Mr. Chady? Okay. Is there a motion for approval of the resolution of the 2425.3 resolution authorizing a taxable tax and revenue anticipation promissory note for cash flow purposes in an amount not to exceed $7 million?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Megan Miller, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Point of
I'm
order.
sorry. Okay, yeah, as soon as I said that, I realized this is a roll call vote. Thank you.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
All right,
Motion carried unanimously.
thank you. That brings us to our next item, the referendum to discussion. The purpose is to continue the conversation around referendum planning in the school district of Beloit. A discussion at the board level will consist of the potential for an April 2025 referendum question or questions. Dr. Garrison?
So first of all, thank you, board, for, of course, indulging this conversation tonight. We, of course, probably won't come to let's do a referendum vote, of course. I just want to make sure that's something that we start off with in this space. I do believe it's very important that we continue to have this conversation as pertains to our future needs in the school district of Beloit for the upcoming school year, years to come, I should say. Naturally, we decided not to go to referendum this November, tonight. And of course, we will have opportunities for this conversation to continue moving into the next school year. One of the things that I've been saying for quite some time is that our district has been very fiscally responsible over the years under this administration. There's been opportunities for us to do better, and that we've done that. Now, naturally, when it comes to funding, we know that there's not many ways in which the school district can actually get funding. One way is, of course, through referendums, and then other ways pretty much through the state. Those are our two ways to get money in the school district. That's not, Dr. Garrison, that's just pretty much the way schools are funded here across the Wisconsin state. Our goal is to make sure that we have the information in front of us to make an informed decision on whether or not we should go to referendum. And that's part of all of our responsibilities to make sure that our community is aware of our needs. The school district of Beloit does have needs. We do have financial needs. We've had financial needs for quite some time now. Whether we had to cut at $9 million worth of funding or moving it into this year, another $11 million worth of funding, and whether that resounds with anyone or not, the reality is that's a space in which we have to address in our conversations in the school district of Beloit. Our mill rate is the lowest it's ever been, at $1.92 per $100,000 home value. So pretty much if you own a home in the school district of Beloit that's worth a little over $100,000, you pay $192 for your taxes, to make it simplified. The hardest part about that conversation is we know that the average home value in the school district of Beloit probably ranges anywhere from $130,000 or a little higher than that. Who knows? And then of course there's home values that's worth more than that. The bottom line is we come back to a school district with specific needs that does bold conversations here in the district around why we have these needs. Year over year, there's funding conversations, and in this conversation, there's an inflation rate that we have never been able to keep up with. And I just want to be honest with you, the state has never been able to keep up with. So this is not all on the school district of Beloit citizens. Okay, just want to put that out there. I start with that because sometimes when we're having these conversations around money and funding, it's like, okay, we're making it sound like it's just the people that's here that's not supporting this conversation. We know that there's billions of dollars that could be brought back to the school districts to fully fund public education. For whatever reasons, that hasn't happened yet. And so our mechanisms to fully fund our school districts come in the form of referendums and or possible state aid increases. Now, I'm not going to try to do a lesson in that conversation tonight because I really want the board to kind of just chime in on some thoughts in general to this space. We do have some timelines that we have to keep to, okay? And that's shared on the board docs, and everyone can see that information in front of you, or that's on the board docs. If we were to go to referendum in the next...
Can
Sure.
you post this so the
Oh,
audience
yeah,
can see it?
that'd be a good question, sure.
Thanks.
Hold on, give me a second. The future dates?
Yeah.
Okay.
For our audience and viewing community members, I'm asking Dr. Garrison to project the future election dates that where we have the opportunity to go to referendum. And my reason for this is so that the audience can see we have the April coming up in 2025, and then our next opportunity is a year from then.
That's correct.
Thanks, Dr. Garrison.
No problem. And thanks for reminding me to do that too. One of the things that I was about to get into is, of course, the future election dates that we have on file. But before I go there, though, there's some things that has to happen before we actually have an election. One is we have to come up with what we want, as it pertains to what we want to be on a referendum. That's number one. Number two, we have to, of course, get this all in writing, which is, I'm just giving you a short synopsis. We got to get this all in writing to go to our election commission by January the 21st of 2025. And so that's this date right here that I'm circling on the screen. And so one of the things that we are pressed against in the school district of Beloit is, of course, that big T word, and it ends with an E, time. We need to, as a board, decide whether or not we want to go to referendum, because in the perfect world, I would love to have our what we need, why we need it question done before Christmas. Okay, I would love to. That's in the perfect world. I would love to see that happen. In our previous referendas, we've pretty much got to the bottom of the ninth and had it done by January 20th something, and we're able to get things going right around that time. I would hope that if we decide to go to referenda here in 2025, that there will be a sense of urgency for us to get our question done, get our why out, of course, not necessarily out the way, but get our why in place, get our question done, and then we can definitely have this space for January to really have a longer run at our referendum time frame. Because what happens is, board members, is when we get to that January back end time, we still need about 2 weeks to turn over stuff, okay? Information, flyers, pamphlets, setting up schedules, and we really technically get going right around that first or second week in February. And so it really gives us about an 8 or so week time frame to get to the overall referenda. And so by giving us a little bit more time, we could possibly, have a longer run at the conversation, which could better benefit us in our community. There's a couple of things that you can touch on in a referendum. Number one, we have operational, and number two, we have operational and/or capital. There are some needs operationally that we will run into. Okay, our financial conversation is duly noted. We could possibly have an operational question and a capital question. These are the options that we will inevitably have to make a decision on. Or we can just have an operation question that includes some capital improvements, okay? Which you can do that in a conversation. And so if I lay out a 1, 2, or 3, we can do an operating referendum. We can do an operation and a capital conversation, number 2. Or number 3, we can do an operating referendum with some capital improvements on there. If we decide not to go, our next opportunity will be in 26, okay? Not 25, it'll be in April of 26. And I can tell you all, just from, looking at, the numbers, our needs will be duly noted going into our next year. And so one of the things that I've been stating, and I've stated this before as well, there is a need for all of us, of course, to be together in this conversation. And what that looks like is BEA being with us, administration being on the same page, and board being on the same page, and all of us on the same page. But that's what you would want in any referendum, right? So I'm not saying anything new there, all right? I think another thing that we'll possibly need, we definitely need more board participation. And what I mean by that is, we're not asking the board to be the one to have to do everything in the referendum. That's partly my job as well, or partly my staff's job as well. But definitely be alongside of us in the conversation would definitely help, because the board, you represent the community, and your community voice is important in this space. And so having you alongside of us in the conversation is beneficial, and hopefully that'll be something that we can work on going into the possible 25 referendum conversation. And so I wanted to take about 5 or so minutes to kind of set the groundwork for the board to kind of hear just some general thoughts, and again open up the conversation around some thoughts you may have, or just some questions or considerations. Board President.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Any board members want to weigh in? Mr. Hankins?
I think the key to, number one, thank you so much for bringing this at this early stage. I think this is paramount to either going or not going. This groundwork needs to be done now, and I think it's been stated for in reverse after it failed last time. But anyways, I do think the ask needs to be determined, and that ask needs to be determined by the budget for next year. It's just not some willy-nilly number. And also inherent in that ask is, if the referendum fails, how does the budget proceed if the referendum fails? Obviously, for me, the smaller the number of the ask is the best route, and it needs to be justified to the public and where that money is going to be spent. But I think that's been touched on. But we got to do one before the other. And setting the budget, obviously you can't do everything, and then you look at your revenues that are projected to come in next year with the 4,900 students or whatever the count may be, and work backwards. I just don't think you put a willy 8 million because Barrett told you to. I think you have to justify what you're asked for to the community, and keeping student achievement and the teachers in place. I think that'll win over. And if we do that as a board and an administration, and if we carry those talks on through January, that we actually need this to keep what we're doing, not just say, oh, we need 10 million and we're going to put 25% in this bucket or 25% in that bucket. I think you, Dr. Harrison, personally have heard this, and the administration's heard this, that they need to see where this money is going in a line item, atmosphere. So those are my personal feelings, and I want to see this proceed, but I want it to win too. But there's a lot of naysayers, and we still have to win them over. But I think if they do see that we've done our due diligence, and I do believe this board and the administration has done their due diligence in paring down our budget, that now it's time to add back into it under a fiscal responsibly momentum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins. Ms. Levy?
Thank you. So just a few things that I would love to see. I agree with Board Member Hankins. I think whatever the ask is needs to be rooted in our preliminary budget projections. But the other piece that I would like to add to that is that, and I absolutely think we need to categorize where this money is going to and what is the intentionality behind it. I think the community definitely deserves to understand that and our rationale behind it. But I would love for us to explore a 4-year non-reoccurring referendum. And the reason for that is I would like for us to track our students' growth from freshman year to senior year. And if we could duplicate that at the lower grades, so potentially grades 2 through 5. So you get that space before they go to middle school. You also get the space of high school before they leave our district. Because getting the community to say yes, I think, is the first part. I think we also owe it to the community to circle back and say, we tracked our students and we looked at these grade bands. This is what we intended to use the referendum for, and then this was the outcome. Because if we ever need to go to referendum again, I think that is information, one, that our community is going to want to know, and two, that they absolutely deserve to know. So again, I think the numbers should definitely be based on those preliminary budget projections and to fully fund the district. To fully fund the district. I can't, one, it would be great if a referendum passed, but Mr. Shady, thank you for pointing, hopefully he's listening online. I appreciate him pointing out that even, oh, I saw the icon there. Even if referendums pass, districts still have to come back and do cuts. And as a layperson in the community, I would, like, that would not make sense to me. Like, we approved you to do this money, why are you still making cuts that impact students, teachers, et cetera? So yes, I would love to explore that 4-year band and fully funding our district.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, so I think, we only get one kick at this in 2025, like Dr. Garrison said, and I think, it's going to be, I can't say we should do one, both. I'd like to see a very well thought out recommendation from administration, but I think it needs to include, I'll say additional cuts, but it's not just cuts. We still have, we left some things, I think, on the table in our budget. So I think there's still, I guess a word you'll probably hear from me between now and April will be, kind of right size, right? So I don't know. If we do a referendum for X dollar amounts and we spend X dollar amounts, that doesn't mean we're better, okay? Because we can find a way to spend any referendum amount. So just, it ties back to what Mr. Hankins said about, how this ties into the budget. And I also think it shouldn't be used for fund balance, right? Because that doesn't, our policy says we need a fund balance, but I think that's a step after our next past referendum. So I just want to put that out there that let's not put it towards fund balance. And I think the approach is let's right size. That process is ongoing, even starting today, and then when we do ask for that money, let's talk about the add backs, and how that's going to benefit. And I think that's the positive things that the public can get behind. But I think we still have some, you can spend $8 million, ask for 8 because we're going to make another $1 million in cuts, right? So and again, I hate to use the word cuts at this point, but I think there's some right sizing that can still happen. But I think April has to be, there's only one shot next year, right? So if not April, you're waiting another year. And we're with a $1.92 mill rate. That's a pretty low burden. So it's easy to say we should have more. Now you got to prove it out and say what we're going to do with it in a very detailed manner, which I think we heard a couple of people say tonight. So that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Ms. Miller?
Thank you. Fully support everything I've heard my colleagues say. And so ditto, I guess what I would add to that is one way that I kind of think about it is as educators, like we have to make needs-driven decisions, right? And so the way I'm sort of packaging together what I heard Ms. Levy describe, which I fully support, I love the idea of being able to track bands and like really show that growth. I think it's powerful. What Mr. Hankins and Mr. Anderson said as well. Right sizing to me means like we look at the needs in terms, like I guess in two ways, right? Like we want to look at what is working that we need to sustain, because that's a need. So just because like something is going well, like we've seen year over year growth, and that's really good, right? It's not like skyrocketing, but we also need to sustain things that are working. And so I think that as we're looking at budget projections, we have to sort of have this dual way of looking at things, like shake it all out on the table. What is working that we need to continue to invest in because it's producing good outcomes?
another sort of way that I'm thinking about things that are needs driven, right, is like, where are opportunities to do better, right? Continuous improvement. There's always a way to do better. So like that also should be needs driven. And I think like what I hear you saying, Mr. Anderson, in terms of right sizing, you know, the trends across the state is that we're going to like lose enrollment, right? And I think anything, whether it's hopefully not a position, but wherever cuts do need to happen, like I want to think about it as reshaping, right? Like we need to shape what we are doing and the services we're providing around what the needs are. And I think that that's something that that it's still part of like how you invest though, right? Because there is that opportunity cost. And I guess the last thing I want to say, because like again, I don't have anything much else new to add besides what I've heard. I do just want to revisit what Mr. Hankins said. I think it is so necessary to show that opportunity cost to the community, but I also think it's really important for us to lead with a vision. Like we don't want to like, it doesn't message well, and it's frankly like not how I like to talk about our kids, to say like, you know, here's a bunch of scary stuff, right? That might, while that's truthful, and we definitely need to be very transparent. Like here's, you know, as itemized as possible, like Ms. Rohrbeck said, like what, you know, what really will be the cause. I really think we have to lead with that vision. Like this is the great stuff that is currently happening. Here's the potential that we see if we continue to invest in what's working. And like Ms. Levy said, like really fund what could be. And I think that we're not going to pass a referendum until we can unify people around that vision. Like really, quite literally, probably paint a picture. Those of us who are in schools, who have kids in schools or teachers in schools and see the great things that are happening every day, it almost seems like maybe we take for granted, like why can't everybody just see how amazing this is? But people don't. And there is a really kind of awful narrative out there. So I think we have to be very purposeful in how we line up like these numbers and these priorities around this vision. What do we need to keep that's going well? What are the possibilities if we fully fund, right? So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Mr. Nichols?
Thank you. Well, wow, there's a lot of good things coming here tonight, and I think the first one, Mrs. Rohrbeck is still here. Thank you, because you were right on target, and I think everybody's picked up on that. Is that we've got to, as we work toward the question, we need to look at, from a budgetary standpoint. We need to really look and start making notes of what do we need to do this, what do we need to do this, and that ultimately becomes the document that I think Mrs. Rohrbeck's talking about, that when we got the question, we show where the money's going, not in buckets, but you know, more finite details of what and why we're going to do this and why we're going to do that. You know, we because it's. And I love your 4-year thing. I really do. I think that's a great idea to measure the performance from freshmen through senior high school for you know, the first group, and see where we go, see what we're doing, see where we need to adjust, and because yeah, we still have to prove to the community that we need it, and here's what we're going to do with it, and we're going to do it wisely and with constantly with a plan in mind. So, and I don't want to overwork this, but I think we can get some real good help out of the ad hoc committee, because they were already kind of getting into this, and I know Mr. Chady mentioned that too a couple weeks ago. So we got a lot of work to do, because January 21st is the first day you want to go to the WASB, the state thing. So we got to have it done before then. So.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Mr. Schneider?
Thank you. Just one thing else to add and to think about as we go through this process, and I agree with all of the discussion that's going on. There is so much work that needs to take place that it's okay if we begin during regular school board meetings But at some point, I think we really need to get a special meeting where we're truly just focusing on the referendum, where we sit down and that's where, as a group, we begin drafting everything. That we come from that point and try to solidify and to work through things as we go forward with that. That's where we're going to get us to the strongest part, is when we begin working all together to reach the goal at the end. And we're going to need more than 20 minutes at a regular board meeting or half an hour in order to do that.
Any other discussion, comments? Mr. Hankins?
I just want to circle back and what I started with. I totally agree with everything that's been said. I think the ask is first, and I think that comes from, the budgetary, what the needs will actually be before we can formulate how much and which, I know we can work congruently through it, but I just think that that's so important to not just make up a number that Baird tells us we may need, that we sit down and do. And Mr. Schneider, you're absolutely right. This is going to be a lot of hard work, and it shouldn't be all admin's job. I think that the board really has to get involved and roll their sleeves up and just do just as much we can. It's all for the kids.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins. Ms. Miller?
Thank you so much. That reminds me, thank you so much for bringing that up. Something that we sort of touched on, I think it was like that Monday meeting that I wanted to revisit is, Mr. Nichols, you brought up like the continuation of like the ad hoc committee. I think it would be like such a fabulous use if they, I'm not sure, just a suggestion. What I would love to see when we talk about being needs driven, if we could hear from, just like when we make cuts, it gets distributed down and they go to the principals and say, okay, every building's got to make this amount of cuts. If we could just do that like in backwards order and have the ad hoc do some investigation and get like a wish and want, like not just like a wish list, but like a needs list and say, one thing like personally I've heard a ton ever since I got elected was we need more special education paraeducators, right? Like that's an example. So I think it would be really powerful if we could get a building by building, and not just from our administrators, like maybe from our students and families. And maybe we could get a nice picture. So like I don't know if that's something that the ad hoc has an appetite for, but I think it would be very informative because I would love to see like what are the similarities and differences, like even between buildings, but maybe is it the same between like Fruzen and Aldridge? Is it this, or you know what I'm saying? That would really help us discern, as long as we can leave with the message, like obviously like we may or may not be able to capture all of that like in an ask, because of course we're gonna, with the reality of the budget, right? I just think that would be really cool to see, and it would, for me, it would help drive my decision making. I think it might also give people a sense of ownership, and I think since the ad hoc committee themselves are so fluent, like in the budget, because they've done all this work, they would be able to kind of like the way that they would interpret that too, and then share it back with us would be of great value.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Any other board members? Well, I'm just going to give my 2 cents. I agree with everyone's input and what your thoughts are. I'm also going to encourage us to not to forget to put our dream hats on, because I have a dream for the school district of Beloit and for our educators. And I think back to when I was little, and I'm really going to date myself, but my mom was our homeroom mother. So one of her roles was, if there was a kid having a birthday, she was aware of it and, would, make a special card or something and have kids help and celebrate that student. And it was wonderful because at the time, she could do that. She and my father were together, and financially it made sense. And she didn't have, she could volunteer that time. Today is a different world, and most families are working, have 2 parents or 1 parent or multiple jobs, or it's so different now. But the importance of having that extra support in the classroom it's when you spend time in a classroom, it's so obvious something like another adult, a caregiver. I mean, all of our teachers are caregivers. They just naturally are. It's part of the job. But we also want to educate our kids, but there's so much distraction nowadays in the classroom. I would encourage us to even think about dreaming, hey, what if we did have a part-time position where another person was in the classroom to help out? And the reason why I say a part-time position is because I know there are people in the community that can't work 8-hour jobs and don't want to work 8-hour jobs. So why not? And why not lift those salaries for those people? Heck, I might resign my position and do that. No, I'm just joking there. But I mean, it's something that there's nothing here. Yes, we're thinking about the budget, but I also don't want us to forget about what our dreams are for our students. I love Ms. Levy's idea about, hey, let's track this. You know what? How about if we pair some extra programming in there as well? Early, intensify early childhood reading or math or something, and say, okay, this is the group we're going to follow, and see what the results are. I think we could do that. I mean, I know that it would be a big ask of our community, but it's worth it. I want our students in 25 years to be coming back to Beloit saying, hey, I got a great education here. Like we heard tonight, people enrolling into the district. It's a great district. Let's do this. That's my 2 cents. Dr. Garrison, any last words?
I'd just like to thank the board for, of course, this first conversation, not first conversation, but the conversation for tonight. I think one of the things that, I think the administration loves to do is to have another meeting. And so one of the things that we will have to, of course, plan with, Mrs. Johnson, we'll have to plan out another conversation with the board around just some of the things that we talked about tonight, but also drill down some more details. There's a Baird financial model that we worked through, and we have sent our financials over to Baird to kind of look at what it actually looks like as it pertains to what our needs will be based off of our numbers that we have to still plug and play some information with that. So we have sent our financials off to Baird for review. So we'll get back a snapshot. We'll put numbers in, of course, and it'll give us some more opportunities to say what we will need from a financial perspective, from a deficit space. And then we will, of course, can go from there as it pertains to what we will have to possibly put a question together with. The board will need to say, yes, we will go to referendum or not at some point as well. That's a space that we have to vote on, of course. And once we, travel down that road, we'll be in a better space to continue to do the work. With that being said, thank you for your time and discussion.
Thank you. Anyone else before we move on? Okay, our next agenda item then is the independent hearing officer. The purpose of this item is to discuss the independent hearing officer RFP proposals for Attorney Mark Kaposius and Attorney Elena Leffler. The independent hearing officer works on behalf of the school board during the expulsion process with the School District of Beloit administration/process. The School Board of Education reserves the final right of the expulsion process. And we were given the 2 applicants' names and some information. I'll open it up for questions or discussions. And no questions or discussions? Oh, Board Member Levy?
Thank you. Just briefly, with the low estimate of 5 hours per expulsion, and what I mean by that is that the IHO would need to conduct the expulsion hearing, so if that took 2 hours, That person would need to then debrief the board, and I just estimated an hour for paperwork. So with a low estimate of 5 hours per expulsion hearing, with the lowest rate that we received, which was the $310 an hour, that's just over $1,500 per expulsion. I'm concerned that with our budget constraints, that we could put that money to better use within our district. For example, if we had 20 expulsions in a year, I know the board has already heard a few since the start of school, that's just over $31,000. The board, as you alluded to with the opening comments, still is legally obligated to make those expulsion determinations. And with the addition of an IHO, I remain concerned that we're going to have those same legally obligated decisions to make. It's going to cost us more money to do it, and we're going to be doing it with less information. And what I mean by that, if the board is not present at the expulsion hearing and we are being debriefed by an independent hearing officer, despite their best efforts, if they don't ask the questions that we would like to know during the debrief, that expulsion hearing is over and there's no way to capture that information that goes into us making our decision. So while I'm sure these are two lovely candidates, I'm just not able to support either of them and just wanted to explain my position briefly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. Any other board members? Hearing none. I'm sorry. Brian Nichols?
So I guess Mr. Chady stepped out. So Dr. Garrison, how much are we spending on it when we do a hearing? Because we got two attorneys, not one, right?
So we have one, well, yes, we currently have two attorneys.
Right,
one
so
for the
there's
board.
one for the board,
Correct.
and there's one for the administration. So, we've had 3-4 hearings.
Sure.
What did it cost us in terms of legal cost?
Sure. So from a legal cost perspective, our independent hearing officer charges $500 for our entire package, $600. And the attorney's fees are different based off of what attorney comes and how much time they are spending. I just want to be honest with you on that because of the years of experience and various numbers with that. Right. To answer your question specifically, how much it costs for, let's say, a attorney on the board side to sit, I would have to go back and look at those exact numbers. If you gave me a second, I can give you an estimate because I did just get some information. So give me a second, I can give you an estimate.
Okay.
Okay.
Time's up.
Good luck on that.
Your words, not mine.
Your words, not mine. Right. Give me a second. I can look up how much it costs to do an expulsion hearing.
Dr. Garrison, while you're doing that, do you mind if I move on to Greg Schneider?
Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Schneider?
Thank you. Again, I know that we currently have an attorney that sits with the board as we go through expulsions. I don't think that that attorney is necessary to be here at this point. The board has done it long enough that we can easily go through the expulsion process without an attorney being here. It could be that if we run into a question that we can't answer, that one might be available that we can call, but it would only be during that short block that we would need somebody and not need them through that entire process. Again, as we're continually looking at to reduce the cost within the budget and what we're doing, we are adding a cost to the district to move away from the board hearing it, who ultimately is the only one that can make that decision anyway. So it still has to come back to the board for discussion and for a decision. Then we're adding cost to that.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I forgot to turn it off.
okay, thank you. Brian Anderson.
Yeah, so I mean, cost is a concern, but I think, there was years where we averaged, let's say, 20 expulsions a year. Since I've been on the board, it's closer to 2, maybe 2.5, 3, if you're averaging it. If we're going to continue to do 2 or 3 expulsions a year, yep, we can do them ourselves, right? But every principal that I talk to that says, hey, we talk about discipline and how do we had students talk today. So if we have the appetite to adhere to our code of discipline, the natural correlation is that will result in more referrals for expulsion. Doesn't mean everybody gets expelled, but it seems logical that it should result in more hearings. And I think if we get to 20 hearings a year, gathering all 7 board members for those hearings gets to be problematic, and we have very specific time constraints for when these things have to happen. So as much as I love to see and hear the testimony and look the student in the eye and talk to the parents and ask them questions, I think it's the bigger goal for me is let's hold the accountability for the discipline that isn't meeting our expectations for either our staff or our students, and it's going to result in, again, at least more referrals for expulsions, and then it becomes prohibitive to get 7 schedules together on top of how often we get to see each other already. So for that reason, I would support it.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Ms. Miller?
Thanks. So yeah, I guess I just want to clarify. I was ill when we last took action on this, so I apologize if there's some redundancy I'm bringing to this. But since we moved to do this, I think it must have been in July, and it is November, and we just had a wonderful discussion about our budget. Here's what I'm wondering. On the one hand, I'm not sure how ever this IHO versus we hear things got conflated with the code of conduct. But to be clear, the Board of Education has an approved code of conduct, and our expectation of our district administrator and his expectation of all of our administrators is just like every other policy, that code of conduct should be followed. So I'm a mom, I have 3 kids in the district, and what I want for them above anything else is a safe space. So like same page, please enforce the code of conduct. I don't understand, I guess, the disconnect, or like I'm just not thinking of it the same way between us hearing it versus an IHO. Now, rather than rehash that whole discussion though, what I'm wondering is, Dr. Garrison, I apologize, I didn't quite catch the date. You said we were gonna hear back from Baird like pretty soon, right, about budget projections from next year? Like a couple of weeks?
Middle of November.
Okay, so like by the next board meeting. And here's what I'm wondering. If we could get some kind of analysis of like what actually are the numbers, because board member Anderson, very much to your point, if there are people who are not adequately enforcing the code of conduct, and Dr. Garrison has been here now for a while, he's been able to do evaluations, he's maybe given some feedback like, hey, whatever, and we start to see more expulsions as an outcome of that. It's at $1,500 an expulsion. That's very different from the $500 or $600, or even like what Mr. Schneider suggested, probably be less to have somebody just kind of like on call. So, and again, it's totally respect everybody's different of opinion. I don't really understand, because there's not a causal relationship between us hearing expulsions and whether or not the code of conduct is enforced. Is there an appetite on the board to have this conversation when we can see the hard numbers, get the budget impact, and then kind of weigh in that way? Because I really cannot stress enough that the board has a very up-to-date, happy to revisit it too, code of conduct, and it has never, ever been any less of an expectation to enforce said code of conduct than any other policy. So I'm just wondering, like, could we kick it to 2 weeks from now? We're having discussions about cutting stuff. I mean, like, let's be good stewards of our dollars, I guess.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, yep, please do.
I'm sorry. So to answer your question, it's on average about $2,000 or so to be exact. I mean, it depends on the time that our current people work on the each
Okay.
expulsion hearing.
So that's
over 2,000.
that's currently.
current,
2,000.
roughly
So,
2,000 for the
okay.
last one we
All
did,
right.
yeah.
And then, so my next, I guess my next question, well, no, that's, never mind. Well, that goes way into the past, and that's the way it used to be done, and at some point we decided to change it. Don't know why I wasn't here, doesn't matter. But I can tell you that I mean, I've heard this from, administrators out in the school district saying, we wish we could do it the way we used to do it. So I'm just relaying the message. So I think that's where part of this came from. So if we can do it for $1,500 versus $2,000, we just save $500. So, because we do have two attorneys. I mean, I understand that the districts is a lump sum. It's good and close right here, right, in Beloit. So that makes a difference. Although one of the people said they wouldn't charge time. They wouldn't charge their time driving down here. So that's huge. Because most attorneys charge the hours. The hour starts when they leave the office or home to come here. So anyway, I think the way we're heading is the way we should continue to go.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. And Mr. Hankins, I'll give you the floor next. I just want to remind our board, for as much as I appreciate this conversation, the purpose is to discuss the RFPs that were submitted. Mr. Hankins?
Thank you. Again, I'm going to go back about 1,000 feet and look down. The idea of, I mean, we've all heard this in our district, that discipline is a problem, and trying to correct that is what I am charged with as being elected to this board. The cost of doing that to me is insignificant, as long as we get the job done the most efficient way of doing that, and raising what's done in the classroom and getting control. We just heard it again tonight. We can dismiss it, we can say it was an isolated incident, but come on, guys, we've heard it far too long. Now, whether we go to an IHO or the other, to me, that's for further discussion, and there's data to suggest for both sides. So I'm not going to argue that point. But the cost, you guys talk about the cost, but we talk about opportunity costs and deferred costs, and the cost of parents taking their kids out of our school district and open enroll somewhere else. What's that cost? I mean, those are the real issues, not how much it costs, dollar and cents. We're at a point where we need to keep our district students in our district. And we got to show them that by saying that we support whatever it takes to get perceived or unperceived, but right now it's perceived, that control back in our classrooms. And only decide, us sitting here debating whether it's 500 or 1,000, to me is insignificant in the big picture. We need to find a way to make sure that our district understands that we are trying to improve it, and not, well, we're trying to cut costs in that. That's crazy. That's the number one priority, is discipline and student attendance and retention and achievement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins. Mr. Nichols, is your hand up again? Go ahead.
So you said it very succinctly, and you're exactly right. I move approval of Attorney Mark S. Kaposius, I hope I pronounced that right, with Von Briesen and Roper, SC, attorneys at law, to be the independent hearing officer for the School District of Beloit for the 24-25 school year, with renewal consideration on or before June 30th, 2025.
I second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Brian Nichols and a second by Tom Hankins The motion is to move approval of Attorney Mark Capocious with Von Briesen and Roper to be the independent hearing officer for the School District of Beloit for the 24-25 school year with renewal consideration on or before June 30th, 2025. Did I get that correct, Mr. Nichols?
Yes, you did.
Thank you. Ms. Shope, can I get a roll call vote? Oh,
I'm sorry, I have
I'm sorry,
discussion.
discussion.
Sorry.
Mr. Anderson.
All right, yeah, just a little discussion. So I think I'd just like to hear, we've got 2 applications or responses to the RFA. Looking at the 2, I was, again, there's not a lot to draw on other than just a few short paragraphs that give a little bit of their history. I was leaning towards the other choice, Attorney Leffler. Not that Mr. Attorney Capocious. If we end up working with you, Mark, I apologize ahead of time. It wouldn't be, not that he wouldn't be just fine. I think Attorney Leffler's previous work with a firm that we're very comfortable with Bulow Vetter, Buchanan Olson. It lends a little credibility for me since we've used them for a long time. So I think I'd just like to hear some other thoughts because that's one that I would lean towards, unless I'm missing something that somebody else is seeing.
Thank you. Ms. Miller?
Thanks. Yeah, I was just so we didn't get a chance to really discuss the candidates. So I was hoping, Mr. Anderson said a lot of what I was going to point out, so I won't repeat it. I think was hers, did I misread? Was hers like 310, right? Versus his 325? Was it? And I know that's not like a big deal, but I just thought it was of note. I also, if we move forward with an IHO, I'd rather go with somebody who's familiar with the district as well.
Thank you. And yes, you are correct on those dollar signs, but he also did not have the travel time, which from Milwaukee.
Thank you for clarifying.
Can
Appreciate
add
that.
up quickly. Any other board members? Okay. Brian? Oh, go ahead, Brian.
Well, I was gonna give a couple of reasons. A couple of the reasons for was his work history. I mean, he served as the director of human resources and general counsel for Milwaukee area schools. He's currently a municipal judge in the village of Greendale since 2008. So he's got a lot of experience, and I think, don't get me wrong, I like Elena too, but I just think, and again, not charging for the drive time too. So.
Yeah. Mr. Hankins?
I'm just wondering, and Brian brought up the cost of travel, and I saw the disparity between the two. But let's go back. Does that, as this thing moves forward, are most these going to be Zoom? These procedures, they cannot be in Zoom? Everyone's shaking their head. Is that true? So he would have to, whoever has to travel here to the district, nothing can be done Zoom-wise. Just a clarification.
That's
That
correct.
is true, Missy?
Yes.
They have to be here.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Anderson?
I just say that, and I guess it is, this would go through June of next year, and I think as we work through some of the concerns about budget items and potential referendums, and we're going to have our new updated balanced budget by June 30th for the next year. It's not a forever decision either, so I think it's a safe play.
Any other discussion or questions before we vote on the motion? Ms. Shope, can I get a roll call on this, please?
Yes. Greg Schneider.
Aye.
Amy Levy.
Nay.
Brian Nichols.
Aye.
Brian Anderson.
Aye.
Tom Hankins.
Aye.
Megan Miller.
Nay.
And Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-2.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. That brings us to the consent agenda. I do just, before we begin on that, I just want to point out, I did talk to Ms. Schultz this afternoon and made a couple corrections on the minutes. I hope everyone has had the opportunity to review those. And if anybody needs a moment, I'm more than welcome to give you a moment. One of the items I am going to ask to be removed is item G, the 532.5, professional staff outside third-party representation. Are there any board members that would like any other items removed? Ms. Levy?
Thank you. Item C is in cat and item L is in left. Please.
Thank you. Any other items? Okay, then I would consider a motion of approval of the consent agenda minus items C as in cat, G as in George, and L as in Lucy.
So moved.
Sorry. Here, I'll second, and then I just have a quick question. Okay, so I missed that. Did we pull off item B, the meeting minutes? Because if we didn't, I just need like another quick moment, or if you want to just point out what was changed, because I did read them before.
Oh.
Sorry, I don't want to.
Sure, let me pull that out.
Thank you.
Under the approval of the agenda for, I'm sorry, Ms. Miller, did you say B or C?
Oh, sorry, B is in boy.
Oh, okay. So we're looking at the October 15th minutes. Under approval of the agenda, Amy Levy had concern with an email sent by President Johnson regarding 6E board consultant and the amount of time to prepare, so she would like to postpone and ask why item 10, which is a policy, is in executive session. So when I first read that, I was a little confused and talked to Ms. Schultz, and she and I talked about how this is set up. So she put a period after postponed. She asked why item 10, which is a policy, is an executive session, ties in more closely with the following sentence. President Johnson explained there is a legal opinion that the board members may want to hear. So she put a paragraph returned there. Just for that one, just for clarity.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So is that in item B is included in the motion to approve the consent agenda, or it is being pulled?
That one is included for approval.
Okay. Thank you.
And then if anyone is interested in the other one, there was a typo for, it wasn't percent 4,000, it was $5,000 on the October 30th minutes. Okay, we've got a motion for approval by Brian Nichols, seconded by Megan Miller. Any other discussion?
Yes, sorry. Can I amend the motion? I know I seconded it. Could we also remove item B? I guess I didn't realize that there were changes made, and I'm taking a fresh look. And is it okay? I guess I can't remember now who made the motion. Could we add B? Is everybody cool with that? Because I can rescind my second if that's okay. So we don't have to vote it down, or?
I believe we have to vote on it as is, and if it fails, then we can have your amendment.
Okay, or could I move to amend the motion? Would that be okay then?
Okay.
Cool. I would like to move that we approve the consent agenda with all the other things pulled off that you mentioned that I didn't get a chance to write down, so I apologize, and including item B as in boy.
Oh, second.
Thank you, sorry.
We have a motion by Megan Miller to approve the, oh, thank you, to amend the motion to include item B, seconded by Amy Levy. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. I'm sorry, was there a comment?
No, just the amendment, so we need to go back to the main motion.
And then the main motion of the approval of the agenda, of the consent agenda with GCL removed. And B, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Item B, the approval of meeting minutes, October 15th, 2024. Ms. Miller, you had a question on that one?
Yes, thank you. This is a little petty. I apologize. There's like a typo in there under where it says like the second to last sentence. Dr. Garrison stated he believes a successful school district happens. I think the word there is when. So if we could just like, I apologize that this is nitpicky and I'm sorry for the motion thing. Also, I think, is there a way to capture in here? Because like, I think for some of us who are voting, like an important piece of information under item E was that it was stated that this was at no cost to the district. Is that something that the board has an appetite to add to the minutes? Because I think it's important that we add it.
Okay, first, the second to last sentence, where,
Sure.
what item are you looking at?
Oh, yeah, no, of course. Item E, and then, yeah, I think it's the second to last sentence. It starts with Dr. Garrison stated.
Oh, yep,
Yep.
you're right.
No, it's fine. Oh, thanks.
Ms. Shope, did you see where she's talking about where it's WNE, but should be when? Item 6E.
Oh, I was just asking, I mean, I just noticed that one of the major points of the discussion was that that there was going to be no cost incurred by the district. And I was just wondering if it would be possible to add that point because it came up multiple times during the discussion.
The discussion was for his services, Dr. Earhart's services will incur no cost to the district during this contract.
Right, and it's just not reflected in the minutes. So I just feel like that should be reflected in the minutes.
Does anyone have an objection to if we add a sentence, Dr. Earhart's services will incur no cost to the district? I don't see or hear any. Ms. Shope, would you mind adding Dr. Earhart's services will incur no cost to the district? And a reminder, we talked about his services. The mileage was never discussed at the last meeting, and everyone did receive their information ahead of time. Okay, can I get a motion for?
I think that is an inaccurate point of the discussion. As we went through and talked about the board consultant, it was specifically asked if the district would incur any costs, and the answer that was given was no. Mileage, room, technology, that is all costs incurred to the district. So the questions that were asked specifically were that there was absolutely no cost to the district. That was included in that. So that needs to be part of the minutes here. It's not just his services, because his services include that mileage and whatever else, because that's part of his cost. So that is a cost to the district.
His services were discussed at the last meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we were talking about, the cost of his services.
As a consultant comes in, the cost of his services includes any cost to the district as part of the expenses that is incurred with that consultant. So his services, however you want to describe it, includes those costs of mileages, office space, technology, and so on. Those are all costs that are tied into and part of his services. He donated his usual consultant's fee. He did not waive any of the other costs that are incurred by the district.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. My opinion is, when looking at our contracts, even these with the attorneys and the when we had the contract with the fellow that filled in for the executive director of business and finance, those costs were laid out as the services, the mileage. There were detailed items, and services is what we discussed. Any other discussion on item B? Ms. Levy?
Thank you. I agree with Board Member Schneider. It is my opinion that one of the selling points for bringing, and if memory serves me correctly, I believe you stated that your initial response was, who is this kook?
Mm-hmm.
And what do you want? And then you said that this would be for 6 months at no cost to the district.
No, it wasn't 60
60 days. Oh, even better. Fantastic. Thank you for the correction. At no cost to the district. So I would love for other board members to weigh in if that was their understanding of it. But I think the minutes should accurately reflect the discussion that was had around the consultant.
Mr. Nichols?
So we were all provided with a proposal from Dr. Earhart, which included the mileage. The mileage was listed. There was no surprise. I'll give you an example. We just approved a new attorney, and nobody addressed the fact that he's going to charge us mileage, postage, freight, routine filing fees, and other miscellaneous expenses identifiable. So it's standard issue. When you hire somebody, attorney, a consultant, it's a foregone. You're going to reimburse them for their mileage. It's standard, and again, it was presented in the info, so everybody had the same opportunity that I did to read it. That Board Member Anderson, Board Member Hankins, et cetera. So.
Ms. Miller, again?
I think Miss Levy, I think you might have been before me.
Are you okay? Okay. Yeah, no, I don't want to I mean, I don't mean to rehash the discussion. Board Vice President Nichols, I guess I think it's really important because there's clearly still some differences in understanding that the minutes be accurate. And I think that Board President Johnson just did a really good job explaining like her perspective and presenting all of it. And we don't need to discuss or dispute that. That's what was presented. That's fine. I just think that the minutes should accurately reflect what was presented. And you just said, like, it was presented in a way that was stated that the services would be at no cost to the district. And then I think I just heard Mr. Schneider sort of like, we're sort of parsing through what services means. And that's a discussion we can have another time if we do need to revisit this. But I think just for the purposes of the minutes, I think Board President Johnson, you did a really good job just explaining, like, look, like, this is what I meant, this is what I said. I just think that it should be reflected in the minutes because this is, I think Board Vice President Nichols also at that meeting, you talked a lot about just being gracious for the services, et cetera. It was a key focal point of the discussion. That's all.
Ms. Levy?
Thank you. I'll be brief. I think it would be prudent to postpone the approval of the October 15th minutes until our November 19th meeting. And Secretary Shope, if you wouldn't mind watching that portion of the video and making sure that the minutes accurately reflect, thank goodness our meetings are recorded, what was said in the meetings. And if you could just highlight that so when we come to approve it, we can go to this is exactly what was said and move forward from there. That's my recommendation.
Any other board members? Okay. Ms. Shope, is there a motion on the floor right now? Okay.
It was just discussion.
Okay. 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 Can I get a motion for item B?
Yes, I move that we postpone the approval of item B until, and I missed the date, Board Member Levy, to the November 19th board meeting. Thank you.
Second.
The motion is to postpone the discussion of item B until November 15th, 19th. Motion by Megan Miller, seconded by Amy Levy. Ms. Shope, can we get a roll call, please? Thank you. Discussion? Mr. Hankins?
Yeah, just a point of clarification. So we're pulling it off, and what we're talking about is meeting notes to and I know Mrs. Levy said go back and read the tape or listen to the tape. We're just trying to clarify the meeting notes. Is that correct? We're not going back to saying what was the intent of the contract, right? It's just to make sure that our meeting notes jibe with what was actually said during that.
May I answer? I mean, that was my intention, of course.
And we need this amount of time to find that out? To just approve minutes?
Apparently. Apparently.
If I may.
Go ahead.
I'm sure that we can all agree that we want our minutes to be accurate. And I'm sure we can all agree that it's not necessary to have a special meeting just to approve the October 15th minutes. So our next scheduled meeting is November 19th. That will give our completely capable board secretary time to review the recorded minutes, the recorded meeting, and just to make sure that our minutes in that section are accurate. That's all. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Can I ask a question?
Certainly, Mr. Nichols.
Mrs. Shope, have you already listened to the recording to type the minutes?
I would say I've listened to portions of this meeting.
whether I actually
Okay.
listened to
Okay.
all of
Okay.
that.
Okay. Well, no, I'm curious. I mean, I know you're a great typist, but I don't know. I couldn't type all the responses that quick. So I was just seriously asking the question if you had already accomplished what Board Member Levy's
Yeah,
requesting.
sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other board members? Okay, so the motion is to postpone the discussion of item B until November 19th. Motion by Megan Miller, seconded by Amy Levy. And now can we get a roll call vote? Thank you.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Nay.
Brian Anderson,
Nay.
Brian Nichols,
Nay.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Tia Johnson.
Nay.
Motion failed, 3-4.
Can I get an approval for item B?
I'd like to move we approve item B with the inclusion of Board President Johnson, what you had said, which was that we approved his services with the understanding that there was no cost incurred.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion is to approve item B with the inclusion of the statement that there is no cost to Dr. Earhart's services, and that was made by Megan Miller, seconded by Greg Schneider. Any discussion? Ms. Shope, can I get a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Brian Nichols,
Nay.
Brian Anderson,
Nay.
Tom Hankins,
Nay.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
Nay.
Motion failed, 2-5.
Can I get a motion of the item B, approval of minutes for October 15th, 2024?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion for approval of the October 15th, 2024 meeting minutes, moved by Tom Hankins, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? Ms. Shope, can I get a roll call vote, please? Oh, I'm sorry, I did not see that.
Nope, it's okay. May I just get a clarification from my colleagues on the board? I'm trying to respect what Board President Johnson said in her own words, and I guess I'm really confused about what the objection is to just accurately reflecting the discussion.
Ms. Levy?
My objection is I think we need to go back and accurately look at the tape and know exactly what was said, and not depend on someone's recollection.
Any other discussion? Hearing done. Ms. Shope, can I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Excuse me, yes. Greg Schneider,
Nay.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Nay.
Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried, 4-3.
Thank you. That brings us to item G, thank you. C as in cat, approval of the
October 28th.
Thank you. October 28th minutes. Ms. Levy?
No, I just need to abstain because I wasn't able to participate in that meeting.
Okay, any other discussion on item C? All in favor of approval of C? Oh, I'm
So moved.
Second.
motion of approval for item C by Megan Miller, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain?
I abstain.
Motion passes, 6 ayes and 1 abstention by Ms. Levy. Okay, now, item G, the policy 532.5, professional staff outside third-party representation. And the reason I asked this one be pulled off, it's, in my reading it again, it says, reads, in the event a professional licensed staff who is a member of the BEA, the Beloit Education Association, is called to a meeting with representatives of the district for the purpose of issuing discipline or discharge or the purpose of investigating circumstances which may lead to discipline or discharge, the district shall advise the employee of their right to representation prior to the meeting. So does this policy apply only to BEA members?
Correct. It only applies to the BEA members.
Okay, so what happens to all non-BEA members? Oh, Mr. Nichols?
Well, Dr. Garris, I can't agree because the policy doesn't, the name of the title of the policy doesn't refer to the BEA at all. It says professional staff outside third department. It doesn't. I got into this today because I thought, wait a minute, that's not right. Because it shouldn't be it should be anybody. It should be BEA and non-BEA.
Point of order. Could I ask you, Brian, to use your microphone more?
I'm sorry.
Struggling to
Hey,
hear
what?
you when you turn your head.
Oh, okay. No, I was looking at this today because the title has nothing to do with the BEA. It's professional staff outside third-party representatives in personnel matters. So that would encompass everybody, including the BEA, not just the BEA. It should be accorded to everybody. That's what I understand by the name on the policy. The policy, that's the same name it's been for who knows how long.
Correct. And if we
It
want
was written in 2004, so.
Sure, and if we wanted to change the title, that was part of what the board could have done. This is written just like this, based off of what we know we need to make changes in, and so I don't know what is the. Are we saying the title is what you're confused about, or what's inside of the policy?
I'm saying, and I know this came out of our committee, but it should not be exclusive to the BEA. It should be inclusive of the BEA and all teachers and all professional staff. That's what the title says. It's on.
If I may, Ms. Beavers, before you start, the reason why this was confusing to me because, so it talks about the BEA and the representation there, and then later it says, if a union representative is not available, a coworker who is a member of that association or union may be present. So it sounds like it's just for the BEA, which I'm not opposed to this policy being, I just want to know what exists for non-BEA members. Thank you.
May I speak? I didn't help write this policy. I just was going to try to bring some clarification that if you are not a member of the BEA, they will not represent you in a meeting. If you, and I don't, I mean, you can bring someone else with you. Like I could bring Teresa with me to a meeting, but it's not a BEA representative. Right. I don't know if that helps or does not help, but.
Right, so I guess, Dr. Garrison, is there something in the employee handbook or something for employees who are not BEA members that have the same opportunity to bring a representative or a coworker who, for whatever reasons? I just want to make certain that we have the same opportunities for all of our employees.
So I think thank you for your question. Again, this was about union representation from union members, as Mrs. Beaver just stated. If a para wants, I'm just giving an example, if someone other than a BEA member, staff member wants to bring someone to a meeting, they of course can. We wouldn't stop that from happening. Anyone can bring in representation that they would like to see, whether it be a lawyer, a colleague, staff member, whomever. And so there is that space for any other said employee.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for item G?
Yeah, just one question. So I think, the representation is one piece of this, but as I read it, I think a bigger piece is where, just in that first paragraph, that if you're going to bring somebody into meeting, you just for the purposes of discipline or discharge, that you have to tell them that. So are you saying that we're currently, and I get that this is applying to BEA because there's been some maybe more forethought from a collective standpoint with BEA, but if that para, you want to have a conversation with a para, if there is not a similar policy for non-BEA members, you can call that para in to have the same discussion that outlines here without telling them, which would inherently not allow them to bring representation because they don't need to know the purpose of the meeting before you have it.
We do not practice. I'm just going to be. I'm putting it on the table again. We don't practice behaviors. I hate to say behaviors. We don't have a practice where we're trying to. How can I say this and be? We're not out to get anybody. And so if there's discipline that needs to happen, we will let the people know this is going to be a disciplined conversation 9 times out of 10. And you are able to bring whomever you want to a conversation. That's just the practice that HR practices on a regular basis. Now, I can tell you, in my experiences here, if anyone wanted to bring somebody to a meeting, they can bring them to the meeting. And we will still move forward whatever, judgments that we have to have or make based off of the investigation, of course, and of course move that conversation forward. And so, great question, Mr. Anderson, but again, the practice is not for us to, target people or, try to trick them or, get them in a meeting and all of a sudden say, here's discipline or whatnot. And so, again, that practice is something that we would not practice coming out of HR. And if that did happen, hear me out, naturally, if that did happen, it'll somehow get back to me, and then we'll have to have a different conversation around what we could do better or differently in any said situation.
May I just add one thing? I did find it in the employee handbook on page 27.
Thank you, Ms. Beaver.
And it's not specific to BEA, it's just representation in meetings.
Thank you so much. Any other questions or comments? I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 532.5 as it is written.
I'll second.
Thank you. We've got a motion by Brian Nichols to approve policy 532.5 as written, seconded by Brian Anderson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any-
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. And item L, the 672.1 purchasing bidding requirements. Ms. Levy, I believe you're the one who pulled this.
I did, thank you. I am not in support of moving this forward. I don't believe the edits in this policy are necessary. I think the administration, including our finance team, are doing a really great job of keeping us abreast of purchases and commitments that need to happen. Also, the community and the board, anyone has open access to all bills that are paid, even those that are under the threshold that are listed. So again, I just don't think that these edits are necessary, and I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Mr. Nichols?
Yes, actually, for Mrs. Shope, I get close to the mic. Actually, I had something. There's a line in there that needs to be removed on under threshold requirements, item D. That line needs to be removed. And the next line becomes D. E becomes D and D is removed. Does that make sense, Mrs. Shope? No, D, where it says purchase under 10,000 has no bearing, so that needs to be removed. So remove D and okay, E becomes D. Thank you. And I approve that we approve as written. And with those changes. Excuse me. Thank you.
Here to help.
I'll second.
Okay, so, Mr. Nichols, I might need your help on this. So you're moving approval of 672.1 with remove D
D purchases under 10,000.
and E becomes D? Okay, and that was moved by Brian Nichols, seconded by Brian Anderson. Any discussion?
Point of information, I have unrelated. I think there are sirens going off. If someone could check if we need. Oh, there are not sirens going off, and no one needs to do anything differently. Thank you.
Ms. Ms. Levy, I'm glad that you have such good hearing because all in favor, aye, please.
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Name.
Motion carries 6-1. Future meeting dates. Oh, Mr. Nichols, did you need something? No. Okay. The next policy committee meeting, Wednesday, November 6th at 5:30 p.m. The welcome and introduction of Dr. Kim Earhart, the board consultant, Wednesday, November 6th, immediately following the policy committee meeting. A special board meeting, legislative meeting Thursday, legislators meeting Thursday, November 7th at 5 p.m. Ad hoc naming committee, Monday, November 11th at 5 p.m. Our next regular board meeting is Tuesday, November 19th at 6 p.m. The Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee meeting meets Tuesday, November 19th at 5 p.m. And on Thursday, November 21st at 6:15 at the Beloit Public Library in the community room, we have our board table talks. Our next item is Human Resources Employee Recommendations. Are there any open session questions on Exhibit A? Ms. Levy?
Thank you. I have a brief comment and then one question. With rate of pay, if we could delineate that, so it's hourly or daily, or if it's salaried position, that would be helpful for me. And then under new hires for the substitute secretary at COLAC, I just wanted to confirm if that rate of pay is accurate.
Can you give me a name real quick so I can go to it? You said rate of pay for,
Yeah, it's just one, the substitute secretary at COLAC.
let me find the name, I'm sorry. Cindy Daly? I'm sorry. I don't have that. I don't know if of course, Ms. Almendarez is not here to check the rate of pay for that said employee for me, but that's something we can check and get back to you, Ms. Levy. If that's
Yeah, that seems very low, especially for the years of experience.
I think it's wrong, but
Okay. So when we get to that point, I think it would be prudent for us to remove that in any approvals that take place. And then I do have a question for Exhibit B, but are you taking it one at a time or by turn?
One at a time, please.
Perfect.
Ms. Miller?
Thanks. Sorry to be all like English teacher mode tonight, but I did notice that we could just correct the spelling of Miss Christopa's name on the whenever this becomes official. I think it's KRYSZTOPA. Sorry. Thank you.
Brian Nichols?
So, well, Dr. Garrison, hopefully you can answer this. So, the literacy coach position up at the top, second from the bottom, or second from the top, is that grant funded?
the
Literacy coach at Robinson? That is grant funded? Okay, all right. And, okay, and he has the licensures to be a literacy coach? Is that?
3-year stipulation.
Okay,
It was,
okay, okay. And the substitute security officer at COLAC.
Substitute.
Yeah, from a paraprofessional, does that individual have the requirements to be a substitute security officer? I don't know what they would be, but I guess I was just curious.
I would say yes, they do. Security officers necessarily doesn't have to have, unfortunately, that will come with various different backgrounds. We've hired, different people that have different backgrounds. They can be trained as well.
Okay, and then
to be a security.
Okay, under new hires professional, the last listing has no information on effective date, FTE, or rate of pay, or notes.
Give me a name. For Nina McAllister?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Thank you.
So let me just get my notes corrected here. Nina McAllister, there's missing information. For Cindy Daly, the rate of pay. Mrs. Christopa, spelling of her last name. And those are the three things that I see that you all have brought to my attention. Thank you.
Any other board members have questions or discussion? I do have a question on if our contracted staff are represented on Exhibit A, and if this is something that, obviously, our HR executive directors is not here tonight. If this is something that we could have some clarification on in the future?
On which topic? So, on which?
If contracted staff are represented on Exhibit A, I know some, okay, I think I have my answer. No, they are not. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I was just writing your question down, just to.
Okay. Are there any closed session questions for Exhibit A? Okay, I would entertain a motion with, it sounds like we need to remove the Cindy Daly and the Nena McAllister and correct Monica Christopa spelling with those changes to Exhibit A.
I'm sorry to jump in, but I think also, is Board Member Nichols, so your point about Ms. McAllister, also, is this same true for Ms. Larson? Like 2 lines above? That's what Tom and I are, sorry to be kind of talking offline, but we're like, okay, I had to do a double take. So I don't mean to prolong that, but I just wanted to bring that up. Thanks.
Good eye, folks. Okay, so is there a motion to approve Exhibit A, removing Cindy Daly, Nena McAllister, Kristen Larson, and correcting Monica Christopa's spelling?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Amy Levy, seconded by Megan Miller. Any discussion or questions?
We were only just discussion. We're just correcting Mrs. Christopa's spelling of her last name, and the rest of it stays. We're not taking it off. I think we say removing. No. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. My understanding is the board members wanted these names removed until we had further information? Is that correct? Yeah, Ms. Christopa. Ms. Christopa is just a typo. Oh, no. Correction. I said correction of Monica Christopa's. Okay. Oh, no problem. I'm happy I can just pronounce her name. No. Any discussion? Mr. Hankins?
It's just a question. So we pull those off and then,
We make the corrections, and either we can update the board in the memo saying that these has been updated with sensitive information, or we can bring them back. We'll more likely bring them back to a meeting.
Yeah, they do have to come back and be approved, just with all the information before us. Okay, so we have.
Point of order, can I just clarify, were there 3 names being pulled?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, all in favor of approving Exhibit A minus those 3 names and with the correct spelling of Ms. Christopa?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The next item, the FTE changes.
Exhibit B.
I'm sorry, Exhibit B. Thank you. Any questions or discussion? Ms. Levy?
Thank you. It seems as though the effective date for the assistant football coach was 9/9, and I'm just wondering why this is just now coming before the board after the season is over.
I don't have a response for that that question.
Okay. So I would just offer a suggestion and however it needs to happen, you can figure that out. But if we can just make sure, one, that the board is seeing things in a timely manner, and two, people are getting paid at the end of their approved contracts for their stipends. If we can just make sure that that is happening, that would be appreciated.
Any other questions or comments on Exhibit B? Any closed session questions or comments for Exhibit B?
I did have a response to that that I just received. This coach was a volunteer and was moved to a full-time coach. So that's the response I just received. So that's your answer. I'm just real time. Sorry.
No. I appreciate the in the moment update. So one, so were funds set aside for this and it just wasn't filled? Is there stipend distribution? Was that process followed for, yes, this person is receiving this stipend? I just want to make sure that we're being consistent with anyone who is either working for the district or receiving a stipend. So if someone could provide that in the moment response, that would be awesome.
I'm not sure if I'm that good, but I will definitely get a response to your questions, Mrs. Levy.
Any other questions or comments? I will entertain a motion for Exhibit B.
I actually move that we postpone Exhibit B until we can understand the process of how this came about. So if we could postpone Exhibit B to our November 19th meeting, that would be great.
Second.
We have a motion to postpone Exhibit B to our November 19th meeting. Motion by Amy Levy, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The next item on the agenda is the FTE changes. The purpose of this is in order to continue facilitating the needs of our district whilst reducing costs, the administration would like to request the board's approval of the changes to two current FTEs, change in Chief of Communications and Marketing to Communications and Marketing Specialist, and Assistant Principal at Merrill Elementary to Dean of Students at Merrill Elementary, as per the attached job descriptions for each new position. Dr. Garrison?
Yes, the two positions that we have on the docket for consideration, both can be covered within our budget. And of course, there's possible savings with these two positions, changes in their titles. From a Chief of Communications and Marketing space to a Marketing and Communication Specialist space, we will be able to, look at that as differently from an administrative contract to a different specialist contract, which we do have in our district. Secondly, with the departure of Mrs. Christopa, it does allow me to look at these positions, not necessarily differently, but look at the overall job description and how we can, again, possibly save some funding in this space. I'm not saying this is going to be a perfect answer, but we are still in the conversations around, what we can do differently here at Central Office. Secondly, the conversation from a dean of students perspective to from a dean of students perspective from assistant principal to a dean of students perspective is something that we've had in our district before. I've had conversations with the administration around this. I believe that this gives us a good snapshot of what we could possibly do in Merrill. That'll be a little bit different than what we have in our other buildings from an assistant principal's perspective, but it'll also still address our conversations as it pertains to some of our needs that we have in that building. Merrill does happen to be, and it's not a knock on Merrill by any shape or form, is our smaller elementary school with a little over 200 or so students. And that's something that we also have to take into consideration as it pertains to administration and buildings. And so I do believe that the Dean of Students opportunity does provide us this initial help that we need for Merrill, as well as the Chief of Communications job title change to Communication and Marketing Specialist. And of course, there's documents that I've already attached to this as a conversational point, and that's just kind of the overall snapshot of where I am right now.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. If the board members don't mind, if we could first discuss the Chief Communications and Marketing position and have that discussion, and then come to the Assistant Principal discussion. Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, but just to be clear, mine is a more general question, so it covers both. But my only question is, one, I like the idea of, when you have an opening, it gives you a chance to take a fresh look at what's the need. So I absolutely love that process. My only concern, and you can tell me whether this would apply at all, is you create a different position, maybe one that takes less qualifications or less experience, because you're going to pay less, and that's fine. But what I'm cautious of is, are the job expectations the same? Because then that feels a little disingenuous. Then now we're just want to pay somebody less for doing the same job. So as long as if that role has changed and it fits those roles, I can be fully on board with it. So just, I guess, some thoughts around that.
That's a great question. It's something that we definitely looked at when we were, remaking this position, and that is something that we had to take into consideration. So the job description did change from what we had from a chief perspective to what we currently have as a communication and marketing specialist. No one person can do it all. And so there will probably be, and again, this is just future thinking, there will probably be a need for us to still bring on a second person to assist in this space. But as it stands, the position did change, and we did change some of the requirements for this position.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you so much. Likewise, thank you so much for bringing that up, Board Member Anderson. I'm kind of thinking in the same direction, but to add something new on top of what you shared. I've put a lot of thought into this because I love the thinking of let's reshape things, right? Like when we have these opportunities. Here's my hesitation to support this particular piece, though. We have such a perception issue, like in our district, and that's, again, not to in any way erase the actual work. 100%. We have our work cut out for us. There's also a really counterproductive narrative that drives perception, which we just talked about tonight over several issues, right? Like perception is reality. So here's what I want to kick back. I don't know that, I can't support cutting this away from an executive place. And the reason for that is a lot of communication is listening, right? And so whoever we hire, I want somebody to have the expertise and that top level knowledge of what is going on with the district so they can listen to the community. Ms. Christope has been here for 5 years. I can just say as a community member and as a parent, holy cow, has the communication gotten just tremendously better. Most of the positive feedback that I do hear about the district has to do with communication. So I hear what you're saying, Dr. Garrison. I did read very carefully many times over the position description, and I feel like you've got your bases covered. My concern is when you change the nature of that, though, it's I want somebody right there with you, sort of in your cabinet, so they really clearly understand what is going on, so that when we craft communication, it's responsive to what we're hearing and also accurately reflective of what's going on. And I also think I just heard you say bringing on a second person, which I think everybody should have more support, but then does it even become a cost-saving measure, right? If we're shrinking down kind of just the qualifications and scope, is this just going to be like a kick the can down the road? Now we got to hire another position, right? And I guess my last thought, besides, I guess, just wanting the opportunity to build on what Board President Johnson said earlier, I mean, Monica's just done just a tremendous job in this role. I mean, she's literally been the voice of the district. I'm used to hearing her voice when I call school, et cetera. I just think that, like, we have to sort of be forward thinking here. And I've heard you say, Dr. Garrison, a number of times, and it's something that I really appreciate about your leadership is, like, we're not just planning for next year, we're planning for 5-10 years down the road. And I don't know if, especially given the amount of trust building that has to occur in our district, that's where we want to make that change, right? And so I applaud the thinking, and I hate to push back on it because it's a great thought. I can't support changing that role.
And again, board, I just want you all to know in budgetary spaces as such, I'm looking at things differently. Of course, if the board wants me to keep this position as an executive level, as an administrative position, that is something that I would need to, of course, reconsider. And that's the space that, of course, when we're asking for something like this to happen, the board has an opportunity to weigh in, and that's why it's at the level in which that's why we're here right now. And so, then of course, that's why we're having this board discussion. If you want to kick this back to this being an administrative position, because I'm moving it from being an administrative position currently, I'm moving the conversation from chief and some of the requirements to a specialist to possibly meet our needs. And I say possibly because, again, this would be something different because this person can't do everything that, well, I shouldn't say can't. This person will have different job description than the previous work that Mrs. Christopher has been wonderfully gracious in giving us her skills over this time. So that's just a space in which, the board has to, have that discussion. And of course, this is why we're here right now.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Tom Hankins?
Yes, just going back to how we got to this point today. Through the summer, Dr. Garrison was charged with reshaping his budget, and in that is cutting. And he was charged with, as being the administrator, on where to make some of those, or a lot of the cuts. And so I do trust, as we do say, let the administrator do his work, especially in Colac, because it was charged for him to cut at Colac. I think we all heard that loud and clear. Change is never easy. Ms. Kostopa, for whatever reason, resigned. But so I go back to what Mrs. Miller said, and I appreciate everything she's saying, but to reshape it, reform it, and make the JD on it a little bit different might help. I mean, he's got to work within the constraints that this board has given him and the budget has given him. So I applaud him. It's not easy to make cuts, but I don't think we can talk out of both sides of our mouth and say, no, we want you to keep that, but we still want to keep cutting. So it's not easy, and I applaud this movement.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins. Ms. Levy?
Thank you. I echo a lot of what Board Member Miller just laid out, so I definitely don't want to be repetitive. Cuts are necessary, but I think where you cut is important, especially when we may be going to referendum in April. Bringing on a new person in this role and with limited job responsibilities, I don't think puts us in the best position to communicate to our community about a referendum and about everything else that's going on in our district. It was also briefly mentioned that, maybe in the future we could hire another person. Then you have not just the salary, but also benefits of a second person, which again may end up costing us more. So for those reasons and reasons that have just been discussed, I don't think that this is the place to cut. and I actually don't support the reduction in the responsibility of this role. And while I have the floor, just a quick question about the deans. I have seen deans exist with assistant principals and them having different functionality. So my question is, at the elementary level, is the goal to move towards having deans instead of assistant principals at the elementary level?
So right now, this is the goal at Merrill. I would need to, of course, look at a lot of different things in that conversation, Mrs. Levy. Number one being our future budgets and what we can, of course, hold here in our district. It is not our goal, not my goal, to cut assistant principals at the elementary level and move them down to deans. However, as we continue to have these budgetary conversations and constraints, as I've stated before, a lot of different things will have to eventually be at our table for discussion. And so it is not my goal to move us to that level, because assistant principals do provide another layer of expertise that deans don't have to carry. One of the main pieces is the evaluatory space, and we do need, I want to keep doing that in our school district. And so to fully answer your question, that's my best response for where we are right now in this specific situation.
May I? Thank you so much for providing that context. So what I would say is I don't support that either, because like Board Member Hankins said when we were having the conversation about expulsion officers, if this is what is needed, the cost is the cost. So unless we are saying that Merrill needs less resources than our other elementary schools, then I'm not comfortable with putting a dean there. If the plan is not to move from assistant principals to deans, I'm not in favor of giving them less supports because it saves us a few dollars on the budget. So just for clarification, I'm not able to support either of the FTE changes. Thank you for offering that clarification.
No problem.
Any other questions or discussion?
Just on the first one.
Well, I guess
Best laid plans.
Go ahead, Mr. Hankins.
Well, if we're going into the second position, and I agree with Board Member Levy that I don't, as I look at it as a non-professional educator, Merrill has been an underachieving school, as we've all known, for a while. And to take another resource away, why wouldn't we move and make a dean at, say, Converse, and move the AP position to Merrill where they need some more support? I understand they don't have the enrollment, but we're here to have student achievement, and if they need more help at a certain school, then we should put it there where we have qualified people to move them there. And if a dean of students is good at Merrill, why wouldn't he be good at a strong school? Put your most strong people in places where they're needed.
Any other board, Megan Miller?
Since we just jumped topics, I just, at risk of being redundant, I think in general, I want to build on what you just said, Mr. Hankins. I think being equitable in our resourcing of staff is absolutely where we need to go. I think we need to be as needs-driven as possible. So I just wanted to echo that thought.
Any other board members? Questions or comments? Your microphone's off.
I'll make a comment, but I don't really have a lot of other things to say that hasn't already been said. Yeah, it's a little concerning. We don't want to go backwards. I mean, we want to move forward, and we want to be equitable, of course. And I'm just not. I think I'm hearing a lot of again, what everybody else has said. I really can't add a lot to that, but I just think we need to be cautious and maybe not, there's a lot of reasons there we probably maybe shouldn't do these things. And, I don't know that there's any middle of the road. I know these kind of fit a table, right? That's kind of what you're, so, I just think we ought to be very cautious moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Mr. Anderson?
So I guess, I really I always try to find reason to support the recommendations, because administration looks at this and they're looking for solutions, and they're looking to do that based on, the direction the board's given. So I guess my question to Dr. Garrison would be, after hearing the conversation and sounding like there may be some appetite to maybe not go down this road and support positions maybe as they are, rather than making these changes, is there any thought on your part where you may want to change your recommendation?
So, again, I brought this to the board for consideration, and I've heard what the board had to state. I have no problems with keeping things the way they are and moving in that direction as well. My charge is different than what a lot of other people's charges is. I'm looking at a lot of different opportunities in our school district, from a budgetary perspective, from a needs perspective, to, it's going to be, and this is not a secret, passing any referendum is hard. We want everyone to be in the same conversation with us, but it's going to take all of us pulling that same direction. Otherwise, these budgetary conversations will continue to happen. So to answer your question very specifically, Mr. Anderson, I have no problems with keeping things the way they are. This was another opportunity for me to, bring something to the board, letting not just you all know that I'm thinking about this, but I'm also thinking about this from, just different lenses in which we may have to operate from in the near future. So I have no problems with keeping, and then an executive director of communications. Mrs. Christopa didn't never love the name chief of communications. She'll tell you that, but I probably will just say executive director of communications, if that's something that I'll probably, as a title there. But as it pertains to that person participating on my cabinet, that's still up to me if they're going to participate on the cabinet. That's an internal thing. The other side of this is the assistant principal space. Of course, Mr. Hankins, you're right. There's a lot of different needs at Merrill. Yes, it is. But there's also different needs at Converse. Yes, it is. And so those are the things that administration has to juggle. And on my day-to-day, I just juggle. Okay, so, but hearing from what the board has to say, it sounds like there's not appetite for us to make these changes, or I'm assuming that there's not an appetite for us to make these changes unless there's a complete vote on this, and we'll move in that direction as noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. As I was reading this, and if no other board members have any other, okay, questions, I started thinking, and actually have a lot of questions, and it is a considerable pay jump. The dean of students is under 50,000 is the proposed starting rate. I'm was a little bit surprised by that. Going to the chief communications and marketing position, some of the questions I have, and I agree with Ms. Miller's statement of how our communications have improved. In fact, her title is Chief Communications and Marketing, but to me, she's more the public information officer. She's getting that position is getting the information out and doing the listening and processing the information that we need. So it sounds like you do not want this position to be a part of your cabinet.
Those decisions, it wasn't part of, as I understand it wasn't necessarily a part of the previous administration as well. When I came here, I made it a part of my cabinet. If it was to change the title, and I can always invite people to the cabinet conversation. So that's an internal thing. It's not necessarily a board decision whether that person is a part of my cabinet or not.
Oh, okay.
Sure,
Well,
sure.
yep, you're right. It may not be a board decision, but I would be curious to know what some of the pros and cons are of having whether it's executive director or chief communications and marketing, what the pros and cons of having that position be a part of the cabinet. It seems to me that having that be a cabinet member might help facilitate some of the communications and help all of the other cabinet members, because I think we all need help with communication. I'm wondering how much did this position contribute in terms of the planning, the development, the marketing, the communications of both the strategic plan and the referendum? And let's look at some of the outside costs that we had in those, and if we reduce this position, what costs might we have otherwise? Because like Mr. Hankins pointed out earlier, we can look at these costs in front of us now, but then there may be other indirect costs we're not thinking about later down the line. And of course, some of those indirect costs, talent, expertise, experience, and with these positions, what are our values as a district? And I think I've, really I probably sound like a broken record, but working on our perception, our moving in one direction as a board, as an administration, as a district. I'm concerned with the reduction of this position right now. In terms of the dean position, I actually do support a dean position in all of our elementary schools. If that's something that we're moving towards, in the past, the elementary schools didn't have an assistant principal. It was just a principal. And when my kids were in middle school here at Aldridge, and there wasn't an assistant principal, there was a dean. So we've actually gone up in terms of the administrative support in those buildings. But I do also agree, if we're going to do this with one building, we should be consistent. So those are my thoughts and questions. I'm sorry, I dumped a lot, and you don't have to answer those tonight, because what it sounds like is maybe if other board members think this is what we should do, maybe give you time to take this, think about how you want to move forward with it, and come back next time. Excuse me.
Great questions from the entire board. A lot of things that I can consider. I'm the type of person that, when I bring things to the board, I put thought into it long before, of course, it got to the board level. It's hard, again, in this environment that we're in, where you hear people make different statements around what we need, and then of course, what's the real conversation is our budget, and that's something that I have to consistently deal with in this space. Now, with that being stated, I don't need to bring this back. If that's not the will of the board to have these positions change, I say we vote on this now and we move forward with what we currently have, which I would not have a problem with, but also, making sure that we're all on the same page what that actually means. And of course, we will go back to the chief, or we may change the title from chief to executive director, so everybody has the same title there, or not. But we can still have that communications person have the level of expertise that, well, no one's going to be Monica Christopher. Let me just put that on the table as well. Monica Christopher is Monica Christopher, right? And so I don't want y'all to think we'll find another Monica, because I'm gonna find someone else that will be able to, do the job that we're asking them to do. With that being stated, again, that'll be that space from a communications perspective. From the dean perspective, I'm perfectly fine with not having a dean and having another assistant principal in the building, as you all clearly are giving me that, that type of direction. I believe we should vote on this, Mrs. Johnson, if you're asking me. I don't think I need to necessarily bring this back again, because if that's the will of the board to keep these positions with said title changes of one position, there's no need for me to bring this back again.
Ms. Levy?
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. If no changes are being made, then I don't think there's anything for us to vote on because no changes are being made.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. Anyone else? Mr. Hankins?
I got to digest what Mrs. Levy just said, but is there a way to separate these out, or is it all in one fell swoop?
No, actually, separating them out would actually be my preferred way of moving forward with, a motion. I tried to do that with a discussion too. Anyone else? Ms. Miller?
Just a quick thought. I mean, so like, I think that and I want to first apologize. I didn't in any way mean to I guess I was just sort of processing out loud. I wasn't trying to be like, hey, this is who you should have in your cabinet or anything. So I apologize for coming across that way first. Secondly, I guess, I kind of want to digest this some more. I think there are really good thoughts either. I really appreciate listening to what everybody shared. And would it be prudent this is an opportunity for us to give you feedback? Is this something that as we get budget numbers and kind of decide how we're going to convene going forward with preparing the budget that we're hoping to have by June, is this a discussion that could come back when we sort of see how this all fits together with what those actual budget projections are? Because, I just don't know that we really need a vote tonight, right? But that's just my thought. Please.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, my only thought to that, and that's not a bad point, the problem is we don't want to put off hiring somebody for those roles, right? I think to Amy's point, if we're not going to change, you do nothing. And if Dr. Garrison 3 weeks from now says, hey, I'm going to have a hard time hiring these positions, I want to change it to this, he could bring it forward again. But I think we could certainly split them and look at each one of these separately. But I don't think we need to vote down either of them. We may end up doing that, but if there's just no motion for either one, then that's just an action in itself.
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Garrett.
Sure. I will need to hire these positions. I just want to make sure people understand that. So there will be requisitions coming as for an assistant principal at Merrill, and there'll be another requisition coming for a chief of communications here at KEC. And so I just want to put that on the table. So, when that comes, then maybe we can vote on it, or, we can kick around the conversation again. But I just want to let you all know that I do need to hire these two positions.
If board member, I'm sorry, Mr. Schneider?
Hi. I've listened to the conversations, and I can see both sides of what we're saying. But Dr. Garrison has put a lot of thought, a lot of effort into these positions, and he's come to the conclusion that we can function and go well with the change in these positions that he is recommending. I personally applaud him for that, and I support his hard work and all of the internal debate that he's had on these positions. So I would support his recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. And I'm sure Dr. Garrison has put a lot of work into this. Something I would be interested in is what the responsibilities not laid out in the new job descriptions, who's picking up those duties, what's the transition plan for transitioning into these new jobs. Just making certain that we are getting the work covered and covered equitably and in a fair manner as much as possible. So, Mr. Schneider, it sounds like you are in support of both of these, and I just would like to get a quick idea of where everybody is to decide if we need to have a vote or not. Ms. Levy?
No to both.
Brian Nichols?
I think no to both right now.
Brian Anderson?
I would support both of them just based on their recommendation from the superintendent.
Mr. Hankins?
I echo. I support Dr. Garrison in his hard task of cutting.
Thank you. And Ms. Miller?
Yeah, I can support the dean position. I mean, I can go with the will of the board on the communications position, and definitely total respect for Dr. Garrison and the work that you've done. I feel like that's something I want to continue to invest in more personally.
Okay. I would entertain a motion for approval of the dean position for Merrill Elementary.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Greg Schneider, seconded by Tom Hankins, approving the dean position for Merrill Elementary. Ms. Levy?
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear. We are potentially about to approve having a dean at Merrill Elementary, but having assistant principals at other elementaries when the stated goal is not to transition from assistant principals to deans. So we would effectively leave Merrill with a differently qualified administrative support. So I just wanted to be clear that that's what we're voting on, and just to state that that's not something I can support.
So we're in discussion, right? I just want to make sure. So let me just make it very clear again. The things that I'm tasked with at this level is to look at various different opportunities in our school district. My first point of my first position, board members, I should say, is I would love to keep an assistant principal over at Merrill. I want to make sure people understand that. But again, I'm tasked with different tasks that I have to, deal with on a regular basis as pertains to our budget. And so what I'm hearing the board, I hate to say contemplate on and/or do some tug of war around is this position. And if that is happening, I'd rather us keep what we currently have and move forward that way, because that's kind of where we are in this space, and that keeps us all in a better space, to be honest with you. That's my overall goal. These suggestions that I brought are based off of a lot of different conversations that I have to have, but I'm not, I hate to say it, I'm not tied to these things because of our needs in our school district. Our needs in our district are very strong. They're heavy, and not having the funding for these things is very hard. But that doesn't mean that, like Dr. Garrison is saying, that this is the best idea. I don't want people thinking that as well. I'm saying that these are the things that I have to bring to the table in order for us to possibly, have some reconsiderations and how we move things forward. Now, Mrs. Levy, to answer your question specifically, that doesn't mean that Merrill won't ever get an assistant principal again, because I didn't say that. Okay? I don't want that to be the last space in this conversation at all. And they may need a sense of principal and a dean, as Mrs. Johnson kind of just mentioned. I'm sorry, that's not what you mentioned. You mentioned that we had deans before, and elementary principals did have just deans or just a principal. My apologies. I just know that these are the difficult conversations that I have to have and that I'm dealing with. But if the board isn't there, again, I'm trying to move us away from being so, not necessarily like, not separate in the thought, but these are thoughts that I bring to the table for us to have discussions around. And if it's not where we are, then we keep the assistant principals, and I will remove my recommendation to have a dean on the table if that's not where we are as a collective here. And what we'll end up being, if we continue down this road of a vote, we could possibly be split in that thought, and there you go again. And so I'm trying not to, my goal is to continue us to have these constructive conversations around what we really want to do and how we really want to move forward. Now, I'm clearly hearing that we want to keep, you should hear me out, I'm clearly hearing that we want to keep the chief of communications space as is. And that's, I'm hearing that, but then there's some thoughts differently around the dean space. So I'm just putting that thought out here for us to continue to really look at how we want to move forward around what our district needs are and let that lead us versus, what may come from the noise.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Ms. Miller?
Thank you so much. So I want to go back to something Mr. Hankins said in the discussion earlier, and I think kind of got lost in the discussion, was like this idea of like needs-driven equitable staffing for buildings. And what I'm wondering is, if administratively, Dr. Garrison, if we were to keep the positions as is for now, and as we prepare the budget for the following year that we're going to try to have done by June, is that a situation that would give us enough time to say, really, this is the way that, these are the needs in these buildings. These are the most financially responsible but effective way to fill those needs. And is that something that could potentially, rather than flip it this way, flip it the other way, just like keep it as is now, look at what the needs are, and then come June, we would know by then, right, to indicate changes in, contracts or positions? Like, does that make administrative sense? Because I don't want to assume, you know what I mean? Like, what makes sense if I don't know? Because I appreciate what you're saying, that maybe we just let it lie, but I also don't want to, I want to respect the work that you're doing, and I'm just wondering if that makes sense to sort of let it lie for now and then like make a needs-driven decision closer to, for the next year's budget, right?
We currently have certain things budgeted for this year. This will be a cost savings reductions that if we were to move forward with it. So this would not necessarily change our overall budget outside of the reductions and the changes from a monetary perspective. If we were to keep it, that it is already built into our current budget. So FY, if we were to keep things the way they are, it's currently built in our budget, we can figure things out from there and, continue to move forward. If we were to change some things, then naturally there could be some cost savings. From a budgetary perspective, I got to be honest with you, I don't know what June is going to look like at the end of the year, because if we pass the referendum, I'll be honest with you, we passed the referendum in the school district of Beloit at a $1.92 meal rate, and then it will go up. I just want to, duly note it. It will go up to something. We will be in a position much stronger to just have school and not have to worry about cut to the max conversations, because that is not going to get us the student achievement that we're looking for. There are school districts that are asking for more of what they need. Did you hear what I just said? They're asking for more of what they need. We are just trying to get what we need. And that's a hard space for us to keep occupying in as a school district. And so to answer your question fully again, my goal is to, pass a referendum and we not have these conversations, and we can just have school and be able to, move in that space and focus on student achievement and not have to be looking out of our shoulders around where's the next $10 million going to come from. That doesn't mean we won't have any reductions along the way, but that doesn't mean that I'm having to have these major conversations that we're having year over the year. And so, yes, Mrs. Miller, the current numbers are already currently built into our budget. If we were to change some things, there will be some savings there. Naturally, there are savings there now because, as you know, Maria Acevedo has resigned, and so there's some savings that are happening right now because we haven't filled certain positions. And so that's just kind of where I'm at right now. I do believe this is something that we could revisit again in June. And be honest with you, if our budget doesn't look different, I would have to make some different changes to the conversation because that's the space we'll be in.
Thank you so much.
I have a question on the dean position, and this is perhaps more from an HR perspective, and I hope maybe you can help me out, Dr. Garrison. Is there, I'm going to assume the licensing requirements for a dean and an assistant principal are different. Is there an advantage from your perspective because of that in terms of having our own recruiting from within our own staff, that current staff that we have, because maybe there might be teachers who are looking to go into the administration, and this might be an opportunity for them to experience that? Do you understand where I'm going with this questioning?
So yes, there is different qualifications, and naturally, this is a natural step for people to step into administration, being a dean. I was a dean at one point in my career, as a dean of students, and so this is a natural step for teachers coming out of the classroom looking to go into administration at some level. So to answer your question, yes, this could be a natural step for some of our teachers to move into administration, not carrying the weight of, not just carrying the weight, but carrying the licenses of having an administrative space. So yes.
Thank you. If there aren't any more questions, was that? Yes. Okay.
I just want to go back, and Dr. Garrison was saying he's hearing support of keeping his Monica's prior job intact. Just because I didn't say anything, I'm all for you delineating that position, I think, and I don't know your position there, but if you suggested, I truly believe that, to me, and I know Monica wore a lot of different hats, but if there's a way for cost savings she was under your command and she processed information and communicated out of yours. So to me, she was more like a secretary to you rather than a part of your cabinet. Yes, making her part of the cabinet is making her part of the team, which is what we all try to do. But to me, her job was more reactive to what came out of the other 4 departments. So I'm certainly in favor of what you propose to do with the marketing position. So I just wanted to make it known that from my seat, I'm all in favor of that. So I don't want to be a unified voice that you're hearing from the board. And also I go back to the AP and the dean. I think it's a real healthy discussion to have. And going back to what Megan and I are kind of jumping on, is moving the APs or the deans and the APs around to make sure that they're in the most needed spaces. And I'm not sure, it might be easier to move a dean than it is an AP. We have qualified APs. So again, just weighing in on an overview, but I'm ready to accept the changes that you've offered.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins. Mr. Nichols. Your microphone's not on.
Sorry. So, how are the duties of a dean different than an assistant principal?
One of the major changes between a dean and an assistant principal is in the evaluatory space. Okay. A dean doesn't have to do the multiple conversations as pertains to evaluating teachers. Okay. Another space that the dean could, certainly focus on is that student space, and not necessarily some of the community forward spaces that administrators have to focus on, period. Okay. The third big space is, of course, when you're thinking about from a budgetary perspective, deans don't necessarily have to look at heavy budgets and focus on the numbers, and as administrators have to do when they're looking at their daily budgets.
So they're more focusing on the kids?
this more kid-facing position, correct?
Okay. That's good to know.
If the dean's
So,
space, yeah.
so this could be a stepping stone for a teacher who's ready to move on up to the next level, correct?
That is correct.
And then this could also be another stepping stone for a dean to move into an assistant principal, or is that too big of a step?
No, that's not far-fetched
Okay.
at all, yeah. That's correct.
Okay. And this, and as we well, as we all know, that's our smallest school, so.
Again, because it's a smaller school doesn't necessarily mean that it's.
No.
Yeah,
I
just
no,
want to make sure.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I
And
understand.
I know Mr. Hankins made a statement that Mrs. Christopher is more, she's not a secretary. She's not,
No.
she's, yeah. I'm just want to make sure, I don't want everybody thinking that she's much more than that to me, in that space. And I shouldn't say like much more, it's just, she's not a secretary.
Well, based on those comments, I think I could probably see the dean of students working at Merrill and being a stepping stone for other people, and moving on and all that sort of thing. And you know, we've been without anybody there now for what, 45 days? Yeah, something like that. So it would probably be good. But I still stand strong in the chief of communications is I think an important role in this district. I think maybe a smaller district, you probably could get by with maybe kind of what you've alluded to maybe, but, and again, you're the expert, I'm not. So I just, but I could probably go for the dean of students at Merrill and leave the chief of communications or executive director of communications as it is. So how's that for muddying up the water?
Thank you, Brian. Ms. Miller?
Thanks. So in the spirit of muddying up the water, I think I want to go back to what Dr. Garrison, no, that's fine, most recently said, which is I think like there's some stuff to untangle here yet. And I think we provided some really robust feedback. And it sounds like, unless I'm misunderstanding, I think the last thing, Dr. Garrison, that you said you would prefer is if we just kind of like let it lie and move on. But I might be wrong. So I'm asking you, Dr. Garrison, to clarify at this stage, would it be most helpful for you for us to just leave it be?
So that would be my recommendation based off of the robust conversation in these two spaces is to, leave things the way they are. But there is a motion on the table, and that will need to be either rescinded or voted on.
100% no. And I just wanted to clarify because that informs my vote, which I will support your last statement there. Just thanks.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor by Greg Schneider, seconded by Tom Hankins, to approve the dean position at Merrill Elementary. Is everyone ready to vote on this? Okay. Ms. Shope, can we get a roll call on this, please?
Sure. Greg Schneider,
Nay.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Brian Nichols,
The dean position at Merrill, to approve the dean position at Merrill Elementary.
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Nay?
Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried 4-3.
Thank you. Are there any motions for the position of the Chief of Communications and Marketing?
I move that we move it forward with Dr. Garrison's recommendation.
Is there a second? Motion fails due to a second. Okay, I believe, woohoo, we are at that place, folks. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Third.
Thank you. We have a motion for adjournment by Amy Levy, seconded by Greg Schneider. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Everyone
Aye.
have a wonderful night. Thank you.